We're live.
All right, we are live. Welcome to the Wincinnati Roundtable Live Draft Party. We're here to get it kicked off. Obviously, the NFL Draft is scheduled to kick off here in the next 17 minutes. It's going to be a jam-packed, fun show for you guys. So we're obviously going to talk about the Bengals. We'll be reacting to some of the picks coming in. We'll have breaking news if there's any rumors or trades and stuff that happened during the show. We are going to be here. It's going to be a party vibe, so it's going to be laid back. We'll have people coming in and out. So bear with us. It's a party. Get your Midwest best barbecue wings ready.
Oh, man, I wish we had some of those right now.
Ready. Get your feelings ready because
Jake.
We're here for celebrating, and we're also here for crashing out if the Bengals end up getting Shamar Stewart. So I'm not going to put that bad juju out there, but kicking it off to everybody. Eric, how you feeling tonight, brother?
Man, I'm hyped. My son said I should have taken the day off, but you know what? I did that for the first day of free agency. I'm glad I didn't. It would have been just too much all day long. I kept myself busy. One thing we're doing a little bit different than last year. Last year we came on about pick 10, waited around for the Bengals to not get the guys that Jake wanted, but tonight we're here for the whole round of the draft. We're going to be here for other picks. We're going to be here for Bengals picks. We're going to be here for trades. And if the Bengals somehow trade out of the first, which I know Jake would really hate, we'll still be here for you. So I'm excited.
Jake, how you doing tonight, brother?
I'm good, man. I got a full belly. I got a 2-liter of Dr. Pepper. Mon made some awesome hamburgers and hot dogs. We just crushed a couple of those. And now I'm just basically watching Mon pace the house as he is in panic mode already. The draft hasn't started yet.
He's already looking at his phone.
Listen, Mon and I've caught him praying 3 times, and I've only been here for 15 minutes. Listen, Mon and I, this is like worse than when the Bengals are in the playoffs. These nights are just so nerve-wracking because it just seems like, Mon, that we have watched year after year for 4 decades of just the Bengals not doing very well in the first round. It's just the way it is. I mean, the layups, the Joe Burrows and the Jamar Chases of the world, yes, the Bengals do well with those, but man, oh man, when we're picking anywhere in the middle of the first round, it is very, very scary territory because there's been a lot more swings and misses than hits, unfortunately. But we are good. We got a full house here. It's gonna be nuts, and we're excited to be here with you guys for the long haul tonight. It's gonna be fun.
Mon, the fire Mon, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. Jake's at the main computer. I'm in the backup computer. He doesn't like my cooking. He wishes Midwest was here. I don't cook like Nicole and Tim. I'm sorry. I'm doing my best.
I knew he got his feelings hurt about that. I knew he got his feelings hurt.
I went to Winn-Dixie. I got quality meat and hot dogs. I'm sorry. These things happen.
Listen, not to interrupt, but if anybody ever goes out or wants to take Jake out to eat, I don't care if you're a big fan of Jake over here with his beard, do not take him to a restaurant. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Go ahead, Mom.
I just want to know why. I mean, he's got my seat. I'm in the living room in the backup computer. What's going on here?
I don't know. Send him outside. Let's do Super Bowl vibes. Send him outside.
I am nervous because I want this team to win a Super Bowl. And for the Bengals to win a Super Bowl, they got to knock this draft out of the park. We have to get a player that's going to come in and produce a lot at 17. We got to get a player that's going to come in and give us quality snaps at 49 and 81. Guys, this draft is huge. It is huge, and I don't want to crash out.
No, I don't want to crash out either. I think you hit the nail on the head there. This is a draft where the Bengals have to get an impact player no matter what. This is not a draft where the Bengals can wait for one of these guys to develop 2-3 years down the line. This window is open right now. They have extended Jamar. They have extended T. They have Joe Burrow in place for the foreseeable future. We still have to get the Trey Hendrickson situation figured out. So it'll be interesting if we get any kind of update on that tonight. But the Bengals have to nail this draft. I agree with you, Ma. I think at minimum, the Bengals have to come out of this draft with a Pro Bowl caliber player, at least one. It's been a while since they've been able to do that. And we were talking before the show came on. They've only been able to do that with the layups, right? With the guys that you're supposed to take, with Joe Burrow, with Jamar Chase. I think the closest that they've gotten to that outside of a top 5 pick, you could argue is probably 33 with T. Higgins. And that's a situation where T. Higgins falls out of the first round into your lap, and it's obvious that you've got to take that guy. There's going to be somewhere where that happens tonight where somebody should have gone in the first round and they'll be there, and people will try to field calls and stuff like that tomorrow. But that's the most important thing. Like, obviously the draft is a crapshoot, but the Bengals do not have room to not take a guy that's going to make an impact. This is not this on shirt year stuff. Like, no, we're done with that tonight. They need to bring in somebody that's going to be a starter, somebody that's going to make an impact, somebody that has high upside that will immediately contribute to this team. That's why I am against a guy like Shamar Stewart. Now, I have a feeling that he could be, one of the possibilities here, but the reason why he is not a good option for the Bengals is because he's a project. This is a guy that hadn't given too much production. I know that the athleticism and everything is there, but where are the sacks? The Bengals last year only had 30-plus sacks, and 17 and a half of them came from Trey Hendrickson. Shamar Stewart is not helping us in that department. The Bengals need somebody to make an instant impact, and whether that's even that guard, like someone like a Kelvin Banks Jr. or someone like a Tyler Booker. I know people don't like it, but Tyler Booker at least would start. Right? Like, I don't want somebody that they're putting out there that isn't going to see the field until year 2, year 3. And it's a Dax Hill situation where we're sitting here in year 3 and year 4 and still don't know what we have here. So that's my thoughts on it. What are some of, Jake, I'll start with you. Who are some of your favorite targets that you feel like you want to see the Bengals land?
Well, let me just say this too, because I agree with you 100% on Stewart. He's a big body edge rusher. He's the kind of guy that Bengals like. Obviously, he can set the edge, play the run. But if you're not productive in the SEC, what makes you think you're going to come in and be productive right away in the NFL, right? I mean, we have got to have a guy that has had a productive college career. And for me, it's Jihad Campbell. He is my number one guy tonight. I think the Bengals have been missing a dog on defense, and I think Jihad is that guy. I think he is a guy that can step in right away. He's a sideline to sideline guy. He also can rush off the edge, so you take care of that problem as well. We don't know what's going on with Jermaine Pratt. Obviously, we might see that in the next couple days kind of work itself out. But all signs are showing that Jermaine Pratt is no longer going to be in the Bengals' plans. We have not heard the DC speak of him. We have not heard the head coach speak of him. So it doesn't sound like Jermaine Pratt's in the future plans for me. Jihad is the guy. If he is there at 17, and this last day or two, though, they're saying Jihad could go in the top 12 now. So, I think this draft right now is kind of all over the place when it comes to some of these guys like the Jihad Campbells, like the Mike Greens. At least I'm not real happy with the off the field stuff. It seems like the Bengals are okay with it. But to me, Mike Green, I mean, if you're trying to go out and get an edge rusher, he is the most productive guy. Comes in right away. He can get to the quarterback. Again, guys, we have seen this for the last couple years that we have this great pass, the pressure rush statistics, but we are not getting the quarterbacks on the ground, obviously, with 30-something sacks last year. So we got to have a guy that's going to get to the quarterback and get him on the ground. Mike Green is probably the best of the edge rushers that are going to be falling to the Bengals. I think Walter Nolan is another name to me that if he's there at 17, he has got to be in the mix because we have not really had a 3-tech that can rush the passer. We really haven't. It's been a while. We talked about on our show, 2021 when you had B.J. Hill and Larry O together, that was really the last time the Bengals have had interior pressure on the defensive line, with those guys getting about 14 and a half sacks between the two of them. So to me, it's an impact defensive player. I think you can get a guard tomorrow that can come in and play right away. But this group of defensive players is just, even a Malachi Starks is a guy to me that could make a difference on this defense. And again, I know we got to protect Burrow, guys, but our defense was absolutely legendary when it comes to playing bad football this past year. They were atrocious, and they're the reason why we didn't make the playoffs. It's not because of the offensive line that we didn't make the playoffs, guys. It's because our defense gave up 28 points a game. So the Bengals have got to go into this draft and fix the defense, Mon.
Yeah, that's a lot there. I mean, what you said is true. Jay, can you turn the volume down over there? I'm getting an echo.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. So my deal is this. I've been preaching on this since the season ended. I know it's not rocket science. I want to reinforce the trenches on both sides. The Bengals they struggle there. They have the last couple of years. I know we scored 35, 38, 40 points a game last year with, bad guard play, but our skill players, we can't expect them to be superhuman every week. All right. And this team just has to get better in the trenches on both sides. They really do. And AC said something earlier. We have to get a superstar in this draft. 2 superstars. I want 2 big players. In 4 years, I want the Bengals to be stressed out about having to sign the stars from this draft. That's what I want. I want quality players. I want somebody to come in and just, hey, be a difference maker. Offense, defense. The one thing I mentioned something the other day. I love Donovan Ezaraku from Boston College. Everybody talks about Green, which they should. He's a great player. Pearce, Jihad Campbell. If you look at his measurables, read Dane Brugler's write-up on him and read the others. They're pretty similar. They're really not that different. The guy was a team captain. He's 6'3", just under 6'3", very good athlete, 34-inch arms, big hands, productive player. I think, everybody's been saying this. He's a solid double. He's going to come in. He's going to give you 7-10 sacks this year. And you know what? He's going to cause a lot of pressures. He's going to cause some turnovers. That, to me, that's what I want. And I think he's a good, safe pick. I hope they consider somebody like him. But I've been hearing the rumblings about Stewart also. I know he's built like a Greek god, but the production just hasn't been there. And that really concerns me. We'll find out here in about an hour and a half what's going to happen. I just hope it's somebody that comes in is going to contribute a lot year one.
And I want to counter Jake's comments. Jake is best defensive player available always. Yes, Joe Burrow and our offense was not the reason that we didn't make the playoffs last year. But you know what? That offensive line was the reason that Joe Burrow tore his ACL. That offensive line was the reason that Joe Burrow missed the half of the prior season because of getting hit too much and taking those bad hits. My number one is we have to get 2 starting guards, ideally a potential all-pro ceiling. We don't want ceilings where they could start for 2 years and be okay. We don't want those ceilings. We want all-pro ceilings, Pro Bowl floors. If one of those stud offensive linemen slides to you at 17, you have to take him. I'm okay if we take a Jihad Campbell, if we take a Walter Nolan, Malachi Starks, if we take a Pro Bowl starter that starts day 1 on defense, I'm okay taking it. But you immediately have to turn around in the second round and draft a starting guard. You can go defense all you want. I know Jake Browning had a good finish to the season prior, but you know what? Jake Browning is not Joe Burrow. He is not taking us to the promised land. He can win a few games, but he's not taking us all the way. No matter what, you have to swing at offensive guard. You have to swing twice, maybe 3 times. So I will die on the hill if one of those stud offensive tackles that can play guard is there at 17. you gotta take him. I think Lap keeps talking about Campbell somehow sliding. I don't know where he's hearing that, but if that happens, you would be an idiot not to finally protect Joe Burrow, and I will die on that hill because I don't want Joe Burrow to die in the pocket anymore.
For sure. I mean, I feel exactly what you're saying there, man, because the Bengals have really put themselves in a bad position with not having two guards, not just one guard. We need two. Like, that's the crazy part about it is they got rid of Alex Cappa like we all wanted, but they didn't really replace him with someone that we feel comfortable with. And right now, I'm just tired of the stopgap that they've been using at the guard position. I mean, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of these guys that they go out and get in free agency since Xavier Su'a-Filo, and these guys fall apart or they don't stay healthy enough. They try to get a big name. It doesn't work out. The guy's off the roster, and we're back doing the same song and dance every season. The way to fix that, go out and get a guard that actually matters. And like, I get it. Some people don't want guard in the first round. I don't know why, because the Bengals' track record at guard in the first round is good, because the last time they did it, they drafted Kevin Zeitler. The last time they drafted a guard outside of that, it was Jackson Carman. It was Cordell Volson. I don't want those guys anymore. If you're going to draft the next Cordell Volson or Jackson Carman, use that pick on someone else. So if it is a case where they can get possibly a Donovan Jackson, I hope that they do. Last time they were in that position, they felt like they could wait, and they trade back, and they end up getting these guys that aren't ready to come in and start right away. And then when we wait for them to develop, they don't develop into anything. They develop into a bench player. And the Bengals cannot afford to have that be a problem. This is crazy because we're still talking about guard when that's one of the reasons that we lost the Super Bowl. And we're still sitting here talking about it. I mean, obviously, Aaron Donald is a great player. I'm not going to take anything away from him. But if you had somebody better there that knew what they were doing, the Bengals would probably have a Lombardi trophy right now. So it's that important for them to solve that position. We'll see where they go. I think the only way that they do take a guard, though, is only if one of those guys are there and present themselves at 17. I'm personally a fan of, if you go defense in the first, I immediately want to see you get some sort of lineman in the second. And for me, it's guard, because I hear a lot of talk about, hey, let's go get another tackle. I don't know why, because we have Amarius Mims and Orlando Brown Jr. already. We don't need tackles, in my opinion, right now. We need a guard. We need two guards. Two guards is what they need right now. And right now, like, for you to have someone like Orlando Brown Jr. and Amarius Mims, who clearly are set in stone, the only other options I'm looking at are the other three positions other than that. I'd be looking at a center before I even look at another tackle, because what was the point of me paying Orlando Brown Jr. all of that money to come in while he's here in his prime? And what was the point of drafting Amarius Mims if you're looking to replace him already? It just doesn't make sense.
Well,
I think
and to add,
go ahead,
sorry,
Eric.
add to that, Orlando Brown Jr., these people are talking like after his contract, he's going to be gone. Orlando Brown Jr.'s goal is to be a Hall of Fame left tackle. He's not playing for 2 more years, guys. He's playing for 4 or 5 more years because he wants to live up to his dad's legacy. He wants to be a Hall of Famer, and he wants to be a Bengal. So we shouldn't be talking about replacing him when he's gone. Just keep your guys. He's not going to sign as big of a contract. To me, guard being the number one position is why I've stood on the table and say this is a trade back year, because if you could pick up a third and a fourth round pick, trade back to 24, 25, then you've got Zabel sitting there. And the last time we drafted a guard in the first round was another guy with a Z last name. And we've been talking all off season about getting him back and correcting the biggest mistake that the Bengals made, according to Mod. So I'm all for it. I think we've got the pick is now on the clock, so we might be seeing something come through within the next 8 minutes or so. Before we do, Ace and I were talking offline a little bit about this, but there's big talk about the Browns talking to the Jaguars and trading out of that pick. It's kind of the most Brown things to do is trade out of getting a Travis Hunter or a Carter. You guys have any thoughts on that?
I hope that the Browns trade back. That's a Brown thing to do. You know, they're you talk about just a bunch of clowns. You know, if you have a guy like Travis Hunter or Carter sitting there and you pass him up, please, Browns, trade back. Dude, just help us out once again this year and make some kind of bonehead move like every year it seems like. I don't know. I heard word that the Browns and the Giants are possibly looking to trade down and trade back in somewhere into the first round and take a quarterback. I mean, that would just be outstanding. I would absolutely laugh hysterically if the Browns did something like that. I do want to say this really quick, though, about the guard thing. I am okay if they trade back. I do think guard is the play if you trade back into the first round. But I want to say this, Ace. I'm going to ask you this question. The Bengals finished 28th in defense, right? 26th, 28th. If they finish inside, like in the top, let's say with underneath 20, right? So anywhere, let's say they finish 18th. The Bengals are competing for a Super Bowl last year on defense. If their defense is 18, 19, the Bengals are competing for a Super Bowl. You cannot win Super Bowls with a 28th ranked defense.
The commissioner just rode on a bicycle, and I don't know if anybody's rooted for a bicycle accident so much in a long time. I don't know what the hell is going on. Mon's got some takes.
Bicycle accident.
Hey,
easy on the
we're happy that you didn't get hurt, but or did you recovered? But Goodell could definitely fall off that bike, and a lot of people would be happy.
Just real quick, Jake has a great question. Ask it real quick.
I'm the other Jake. I'm Mon's son.
The only Jake, the right Jake.
The other Jake.
The other Jake. But speaking of the Browns, something that's always interesting in the draft is players that I really don't want to see become Steelers or Ravens. And if there's any names that come to mind that you're like is a Steeler type player or a Ravens type player, I remember who's the center?
Frazier.
No.
Tyler Linderbaum.
Yes, Linderbaum. I wanted so bad, and then he became a Raven.
Look at Ace knew that just like that.
But someone I have a fear that Jihad Campbell is going to be north and not a Bengal. That's a fear. So I'm hoping, the rumors about Shedeur dropping. I personally would be okay if Shadeur's a Steeler. Let's see how that works out. But I would hate Campbell to be a Raven or a Steeler.
Before we jump in there, let's let Ace answer that. But then Warren Sharp's reporting that the Browns are attempting to trade down to 5 and then from 5 to 10. So they're really trying to get out of that pick. Ace, what do you?
Out of the pick?
Yeah, Ace. What do you think about Jake Ryan's question there?
If you're talking about who I wouldn't want the division to be able to pick up, I would definitely say I wouldn't want to see Walter Nolan as a Cleveland Brown. If they're talking about moving down, wouldn't want to see Malachi Starks as a Raven. Also, with the Steelers, I mean, they don't have a quarterback, so I don't really care who they draft over there because honestly, they don't have a quarterback. But Jihad Campbell, I guess, as a Steeler, you might not like seeing that either.
Or Jihad Campbell as a Raven, because he is. I'm telling you guys, he is He has got Raven linebacker written all over him, and you do not want to see Jihad Campbell playing in Baltimore. I'm telling you right now, that would not be pretty for us.
Yeah. I don't who. Maybe we should go with who do we want to see our people picked? Are we going to be happy if Shedeur Sanders goes to the Steelers? There's been a lot of talk this week. Some anonymous coaches saying that he was the worst interview ever, and all that baggage that he brings. Any thoughts on that?
I would love him in our division. I think he is mediocre at best. I think he's probably maybe fourth or fifth best quarterback in this draft. So throw him in our division, please. And let's just let the Browns continue to be mediocre for forever. But yeah, I would love to see Shedeur Sanders. Can you guys imagine being the Browns right now and you have a chance to put Garrett on one side and Carter on the other, and you are going to pass that up? Are you serious? I mean, that would be a Bengals nightmare, having Abdul Carter on one side and having Myles Garrett on the other side. That would be a Bengals nightmare. and the Browns are just like, hold my beer, guys. We're gonna screw this up. Don't worry about it.
I couldn't imagine, like, when you look at this draft and the makeup of it, those are literally like the special players in this draft, right? Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty. We've kind of talked about that. To move out of this pick, like, I get it. They don't really have a quarterback, but this isn't a quarterback draft. So if they move off of it, I just wonder, like, what is it that they're really looking for at this point? If I were them, I would definitely stay at 2 and try to pick up a Abdul Carter or a Travis Hunter. I just can't imagine, if you move out of that, how you sell your fan base on we've gotten better. I don't know what kind of haul you're going to get, but it just doesn't make sense. It's like we see them do this all the time. They get one of these 2 picks. I even think back to the Julio Jones trade that they did. They move out of the top 5, and then they act like they're going to outsmart everybody, and then they end up with Brandon Weeden that one year. You remember that?
Yeah, Brandon Weeden. Yeah,
you mess yourself up. You shoot.
Was he Oregon State? I think was he Oregon State?
He was Oregon State. Yeah,
he was terrible. Weeden. Oh god.
Like, let's move out of the top 5 and go and get like a 28-year-old quarterback. Like, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing right now, but we'll see. I would love for people that I would love for them to take. I'd throw Shamar Stewart in there. Yeah, I would love for him to be a Cleveland Brown. I would love for him to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or a Baltimore Raven.
Yeah, maybe they're so burnt by this Deshaun Watson contract. Maybe their idea is, let's just grab more picks. Let's have more young guys on rookie contracts rather than getting one stud. Let's try and get 5 good guys, and because they're hamstrung by that deal for a few years to come, and we can't forget that they did re-sign Joe Flacco, and that makes me more nervous than anybody else that they could draft tonight, outside of those 2 picks at 2 if they're going to trade out. The Titans are officially on the clock. They got about 7.5 minutes. We know the NFL makes them take most of that. You guys got any thoughts on this? It's kind of the Joe Burrow type news. Everybody knows they're going with Cam Ward. I didn't watch a whole lot of him. We'll go to Ace. Did you have any thoughts on is he going to really turn it around for Callahan? Or
wait, real quick, Ace, did you see that? Did you see what Adam Schefter just reported? Did you guys just see that?
No.
The Giants offered multiple picks for the first overall pick, and the Titans turned it down. But I'm curious to see what the Giants offered the Titans to move up to 1. It said multiple picks, so it sounds like the Giants offered quite a bit to move up. 4 spots, 3 spots to number 1.
2 spots.
Interesting.
2 spots. Yeah.
2 spots.
2 spots.
Move up. For me, I haven't watched a second of Cam at all. I mean, I know who we've got at quarterback. I hope that Cam Ward works out for them. I know that's a situation where Callahan is over there trying to rebuild what they have going on, but I haven't watched quarterback since 2020 because we got our guy. So
that's right. We'll have to. Maybe is Justin in the room on? Maybe he can come on after the pick. He's
right here. Justin's right here.
Maybe he wants to jump in and give us his thoughts.
Yeah, FSU fans are upset because Cam Ward was supposed to come to FSU, but he chose Miami. And who did FSU get?
More money.
Yeah, it's all about
DJ Ukulele.
Yeah, DJ Ukulele.
Ukulele was wonderful, man. My son, he used him on NCAA, and that guy was like running around with the fridge out there. It was crazy.
Jake, you're watching ESPN. I'm watching NFL Network. Daniel Jeremiah was on. Remember his mock draft yesterday? His final had my Boston College defensive end coming to the Bengals. I'm going to tell you right now, that's my draft crush. And if he's a Bengal, I'm going to be so happy. And I think all Bengal Nation will be happy because he is a safe pick. And I know that sounds bad saying safe pick, but he's going to produce. He's not a bust. He's 7 to 10 sacks this year. Mark it down.
Bob, don't worry about it, man. A lot of people have already commented about that. Yes, Mon and I are both at Mon's house. I am in where Mon usually is sitting. Mon is in the other room. People keep
Mon,
saying,
can you put Dolly Parton behind you, Mon? Mon, put Dolly Parton behind you.
No, I think she's in here with me.
Got a first super chat of the show from our guy Fuzzy Carson.
Fuzzy
reminds me of Luke Kuechly. Just so you guys know, super chats are open. Sending one up guarantees that we'll read it and kind of react to it. You got another one that says, "Love Carson Schwarzenegger. How would you guys feel about trading up in the second round to take him?" I would say second round, I'm not going to trade up just because the Bengals have 6 picks, right? I think second round is where you actually move back. If you could move back and still get a guy like Carson, I'd be okay with it. It looks like the pick is in, right?
Yes, pick is in.
We're pretty sure that this is Cam Ward, so I'll continue here.
I want Fuzzy. I want Jihad Campbell in the first round, but if Jihad is not the pick, I think Schlesinger is the next best linebacker up, and I am 100% in on Schlesinger. The Bengals need linebacker if they are moving away from Jermaine Pratt. So yes, I love Schlesinger too. He runs around, he can rush the passer, all those good things that you want from your linebacker.
So it's not going to be news, but it is breaking on Twitter or X. Ari Mara is reporting that they have selected Cam Ward.
Okay,
So
I mean,
we're going to get a lot of those breaking news on X. I don't think they've ever been wrong. We'll do our best not to get them wrong, but if it's out there reported by a major person, we're gonna run with it.
Well, you just hope you find this interesting, guys. I always look back at that 99
hold on.
draft.
Breaking news. Play the video. All right, the Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a fourth round pick, and a 6th round pick to the Jaguars. The Jaguars are trading a number 5 pick, the number 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick, and a 2026 first round pick to the Browns. The Jaguars are moving up. Most believe, we kind of talked about this before the show happened, that they're moving up to get Travis Hunter. The Browns just fumbled Travis Hunter, bro. This is crazy.
It's not crazy. That's the listen. There's going to be a new thing. That guy's going to go back on YouTube. He's going to be standing outside the Brown Stadium, and he's going to do the whole "I'll see you next week, Cleveland." This is Cleveland. This is what they do. It's insane. But yeah, they traded back with the Jaguars, moved up to 2.
So Shadur is Jaguar.
What did the Browns get? What did the Browns get?
The Browns got the 5th overall pick, a 2nd round pick, number 36, and a 4th round pick, and their 2026 first round pick.
Listen,
that's a good deal.
That's a good deal for the Browns. Losing out on Hunter sucks, but that's a lot of draft capital.
Hunter doesn't help the Browns as much as an Abdul Carter would. I think the Browns are going to take Genty at 5.
Oh,
guys.
I don't want that.
Because think about it, their running back core is just decimated.
Listen, give the Browns as many picks as they want. They're going to screw them up. Give them as many picks as they want. This is a terrible move by the Cleveland Browns. You have 2 generational talents in Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter, and you pass that up. That is insane, guys. That is insanity. You can't twist it. I don't care what you get for it. Those guys are generational talents, and the Browns fumble away.
Bro. Like,
they're idiots. The
Browns always do this. They do this every time. I have no faith that they're gonna pick the right player.
Let me ask you guys this really quick, because I always, that 99 draft always gives me nightmares, and it really will be interesting to see what the Giants offer to move up to 1. You know what I mean? Like, if Cam Ward doesn't work out, like a quarterback that the Bengals turned out a bunch of picks for that didn't work out, I'm not calling any names out, but can you imagine? Because I have lived with that since the day it happened. I have thought about that nightmare where we could have 9 picks and all that crazy stuff that we were offered by Ditka. Can you imagine if the Giants offered all this craziness? Cam Ward doesn't work out. I mean, it really is a nightmare scenario. But, Callahan's looking for the next Joe Burrow, I guess. He's not going to find Cam
So
Ward, though.
let me get you guys' thoughts on. So the Browns now own number 5 pick, the number 33rd pick, and the number 36 pick. Is this a hey, we can get Shador with one of those pick with the 33rd or the 36? Is that maybe what they're thinking, or?
I think if you do that, that's bad, man. I mean, honestly, like most people have been saying today, Shador's not going to get drafted in the first round unless it's by the Steelers. So I get it because this isn't like I think that this is more of a move if it is for a quarterback, it's for next season because this season making this move doesn't really make sense for them, honestly, at this point.
It's terrible. And Myles Garrett's got to be sitting there like, are you kidding me right now? You told me you're trying to win, and you literally just pass up. I mean, can you imagine if Abdul Carter was on the other side of Myles Garrett? It's crazy. I mean, the Browns are idiots. Oh my! Oh, it's like you almost start feeling bad for them. They're just they're certain.
No. Bravo. Good job, Browns. This is the best move you could ever make.
Oh my God!
Jackson Dart at number 5. Go ahead and dart it up at number 5.
Oh, wouldn't that be great? Mon, let's get Mon's take because he's devilishly quiet over there. Mon usually comes out of the off season always saying how well the Browns did on paper coming out of there, saying they could be dark horses, and they were dark horses a year, 2 years ago. But let's go.
It's almost statistically impossible to be as bad as the Browns are with all the draft and all the talent they've had. Guys, a few years ago, they had unbelievable talent, and for them not to do more with it that shows you how inept they are as their coaching staff. I'm going to say this: giving up, not drafting Hunter, that's crazy. I admit that, but they are going to get the 5th pick, and they're getting a number 1 next year, and they're getting other picks. Let's see who they get with the 5th pick in this draft. I hope Abdul Carter doesn't drop the 5. Him and Garrett.
I don't think he will, Mom. But you're right. That would be hard to take if that were the case. Let me just throw this out here because
hold on. Breaking news: the Jaguars draft Travis Hunter.
Well, that's not really breaking, but yes, that's.
Hey, I'm breaking it now. It's not been announced. We're announcing per Albert Breer the Jaguars draft Travis Hunter.
I mean, that's just crazy. That's crazy work by the Browns. I can't believe the Browns. It's just insanity, man. It's insanity. You don't get the opportunity. Well, I guess if you're the Browns, you pick quite a bit in the top 5, but you don't always get that opportunity. Fuzzy there has a super chat. Says Cleveland is the toilet bowl of the Great Lakes, and the Browns are a contributing factor to that. They are the factor to that, Fuzzy, 100%. Thanks for that super chat, Fuzzy. We appreciate it. Guys, Travis Hunter, a Jacksonville Jaguar. I mean, he's got to be excited about that, really, right? I mean, you got to be excited about that you're not going to Cleveland and having to play with Deshaun Watson. I mean, not that Trevor Lawrence is much better, but at least it's not Deshaun Watson.
So just Jordan Schultz is putting out there that the trades are just starting, so we should be in for another fun night here because it sounds like it's gonna be a lot of moving around.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, right, Mon? What do you think, Mon? I mean, could this really happen? Could the Bengals trade down? No. I really think this could happen.
Trade down? Yeah. Trade up? Yeah. Absolutely not. They could. But I agree with like what Dave Lapham and Dan Horde. Dan Horde said it. He goes, he really thinks if they trade, it's going to be from 49 back. I don't see them trading at 17 unless, let's say somebody drops, Jake just brought up a good point. Somebody always in the top 10 ends up sliding down. So, that could easily happen. And then a team could say, hey, Cincinnati, will you take this? Will you take that? It's definitely on the table. It really is. And we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. They're making the announcement right now for Travis Hunter. So let's see what else happens. This is crazy. Again, I can't imagine somebody trading up, but Ashton Genty could be another name, guys. where somebody tries to trade up now over 5 to get Ashton Genty. It might be could happen, but I think Abdul Carter could be coming off the board here next.
Yeah, let's just say what we commented on before. Hey, Travis Hunter is not in the AFC North. I don't think we play the Jaguars this year, so we get to maybe draft him on our fantasy team and have a little fun with that. I don't know how that's going to work. Is he going to get points for wide receiver and for cornerback? I guess he could get a bunch of wide receiver points and some interceptions, maybe some fun fantasy football this year if that happens. But good that we actually get to root for him because he's not going to be playing the Bengals twice. And knock on wood, neither will Carter if the Giants are not idiots. But
Well,
the Giants the Giants. Hold on, the Giants have kind of been the Browns of the NFC last year, letting Saquon go, not drafting Jalen. I mean, Jaden. They've been very Brownish.
Listen, I
Hey,
know.
I just want to say something real quick.
Go ahead,
My
Mom.
daughter's best friend is at an official Jaguar watch party for the draft, and she's wearing all Bengal clothes.
Let's go.
Ella, thank you, Ella.
Good job.
We need to get that up on the Pulse Twitter. And
Olivia's
she's the
friend Ella. Right? Is that what you said? It's Olivia's friend Ella that's doing that.
Yeah. Olivia's
yeah.
friend.
Good job, Ella. Good job, Ella.
listen, and she's one of the smartest one of Olivia's friends, right?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you guys this. Is it a possibility that the Giants draft Ashton Genty? I know they don't have a quarterback. The quarterback situation's real crazy. But letting the best running back walk in the NFL, replacing him here with Ashton Genty could be the right move. Is Ashton Genty coming off the board here with the Giants?
I don't think so. I think don't they have a defensive lineman that they're coming up on their contract year for, and I don't think they're going to go Genty. I don't think they value running backs like they should. There's not a quarterback here for them to take at this pick either. So,
Dude, Travis Hunter is so happy. He is so happy he's not a Cleveland Brown. Are you watching this? He is going crazy. He is like, thank you, thank you, Cleveland. Oh my God, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you be? That'd be
God.
the kind of the point where you retire.
Again,
Plus,
I'm not a big Trevor Lawrence guy. I think he's mediocre, but he is better than whatever is in Cleveland right now. Deshaun Watson is obviously he's done. He's washed up. You got Flacco back in action. I mean, Travis Hunter's got to be excited. He's not going to that circus up there in Cleveland.
yeah, I don't know.
So we got about 3 minutes, 50 something seconds left. The Giants are still on the clock, guys. I think this pick is Abdul Carter, but I would not be surprised if it's Ashton Genty, and then the Cardinals obviously will take Abdul Carter at 4. I really do think that's what's going to happen. If Ashton Genty comes off the board.
And I mean, we could see another trade. You never know, especially they're taking this long. Anything's possible in today's day and age.
Mon, I want you to comment on this, Mon, because we really are blessed, guys, that everybody's trying to find the next Joe Burrow. We are so blessed to have Joe Burrow as our quarterback. I mean, can you imagine every year trying to find a quarterback in the draft? I mean, it seems like 70% of the teams in the NFL are all trying to find a quarterback every year. And that's just something, knock on wood, that we just don't have to worry about. And it's just awesome. It really is awesome.
Yeah, and I think he was looking for Mon's take on that. But on top of that, not just the next Joe Burrow, but the next Jamar Chase, because that's what the Jacksonville Jaguars just gave up for. Mon, what are your thoughts on
Sorry,
by the way. Giants State.
I'm just talking to a lot of people here. I just think when we had the number 1 overall pick and a top 5 pick, I think we hit it out of the park. I mean, it's hard to mess those up. We stuck to the board. We had offers to trade back, and we didn't do it. And look what we got. We got 2 generational players. What's that?
Yeah.
And
per Jordan Schultz,
Go ahead.
sorry. Per Jordan Schultz, the Giants have selected Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter. I mean, that's a good pick. That you gotta.
Are they trying to trade Thibodeau, their other defensive end?
There's a lot of talk around Thibodeau and him being having contract dispute. So they could be moving on for him, or they could just be the last year.
Browns traded. Why? Because they're morons. Because they're Browns. They're idiots. My 8-year-old. My 8-year-old just looked at me and said, "Why did the Browns do that, Dad?" I said, "Because they're morons." I mean, really,
I just want to
insanity.
I just want to say something. The success of Joe Burrow and Chase and Higgins and all that. I know it hasn't gotten us a Super Bowl yet, but it's caused other teams to react. And honestly, the Browns, let me bash them a little bit. I'm on the record. I think they fleeced the Jags. I'm sorry. I disagree with you, Jake. I think they fleeced them. All right. But I'll say this. We broke the Browns because with Joe Burrow's success, they went out and panicked and signed that quarterback to a $244 million guaranteed contract that has set them back years. All right. They panicked. They didn't have a quarterback. They saw the team down south in Ohio playing in a Super Bowl, and they knew that Joe Burrow was going to make the Bengals relevant as long as he plays. So I love the fact that he broke the Browns that way. But I have to respectfully disagree. I think the Browns got a hell of a lot for that trade.
But Mon, again, you're the Cleveland Browns, and you don't get those blue chippers. Mon, that you don't get those blue chip guys. There's only a handful of those guys, and when you're the Cleveland Browns, you can't afford to pass up on those guys. You just can't.
They're still getting the 5th pick in the draft. They went back 3 picks. They got a first-round
I'll say
pick.
this. If the Browns drafted Travis Hunter, I think that would have not worked out. Abdul Carter, I fully get it. But I don't know if the 5th pick is
They got the 5th pick. They got the 33rd pick. They got the 36th pick. They got a pick next year. They could really brown it up. They have a lot of opportunities to screw it up. Ace is back with us. We got Abdul.
I want them
sadness, guys. I'm back from the factory of sadness. Went over to check on them over on the AFC North.
I love it. Are they going
around the corner? They're in shambles, right?
Oh, they're in shambles. I knew those Browns fans would be in shambles. They're idiots. They are idiots. Guys, can you imagine that? I mean, can you imagine being a fan of that crappy team? Like, it's like Mon said, it's statistically impossible to be that bad at this. It's statistically impossible.
And then the worst part is they waited until draft night to do this to them. They could have did this trade like a week ago or something like that. They just Cleveland browned it up, man. It's the Browns way.
Let me tell you, this is. I mean, I would love Ace to have a Browns fan on right now that just watch them like. I mean, I'm sure they're all in shambles right now. They have to be. I would crash out if the Bengals made that move. I would crash out.
Oh my God. Those are like the top graded players in the class.
Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, and you trade down to 5. It's crazy, dude. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. Listen, Mon, they need what were you guys calling me on mock draft night? What's his name? Kevin Costner's guy.
Weaver. Did you not see the draft day picture I sent? It had your face on Kevin Costner's body, hair and all.
Like an AI thing. Those things are weird, dude. You look at Abdul Carter, guys. This dude is a stud. I'm telling you, he is a generational pass rusher, and you could have had him on the other side of Myles Garrett. Dude, oh my.
And Myles took that extension. Good.
Oh, he's got to be pissed. He's got to be so pissed right now.
He's got all that money. He said it was about winning. You know, at the end of the day, you could buy your way out of wanting to win.
Will Campbell is off the board, so Lap is probably
crashing out.
Crashing out about that one.
I don't know how he thought he would fall.
Will Campbell is with the Arizona?
I have a theory on that. Will Campbell
Patriots.
is going to the Patriots. I have a
Patriots.
theory on that. I think that the Bengals front office reached out to Lapp and was like, we don't want the pick tip this year because if it's a possibility that you put out there that we want Nolan or Harmon or one of these guys, somebody's going to leap us and take them. Because, I mean, let's just be real. We know that Lapp has the pulse and everybody's talking about, whatever Lapp says goes. So if Lapp goes out there and says this guy is getting drafted by Cincinnati or these three guys, I think it's because, they know that he has some insight. So I think for him to name 20 guys, that's just going to throw them off the trail.
What is all this about? I'm not the real fireman. How do you guys know I'm not the real fireman? Maybe the whole time I've been the real fireman. And
Listen, yeah, I would never want Jake to run into a house to save my life. If my house is burning down, even though Mon works 30 minutes away, I'm calling Mon.
I want people to know I think the Browns trade was good for the Browns. Okay, and some Browns are bad.
We do too.
It was good for the rest of the division.
It was good. Mon is like, listen, Mon is my family, and I love him like a brother. But he is like, the Browns can do no wrong with Mon. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen in your life. It is the craziest thing you have ever seen.
Let's start this. Someone posted this out there. Actually, from Bengals Talk, Andrew Russell. This Abdul Carter pick is kind of because Kayvon Thibodeau is on the outs. He puts out there the Bengals should call the Giants about Thibodeau. What do you guys think about that? Any would anybody be happy with that?
Who reported the Bengals?
But he's not reporting it. It's just a Twitter. It's just throwing it out there that hey, the Bengals should go try and do this.
You got a Browns correspondent right here.
They're in the front office.
Kennedy right here. Who's the Browns correspondent? He wants to say something about it.
Listen, that's probably who's making these Browns moves right now. Is
this a real life draft day scenario? Are they going to take Ashton Genty here?
So I think what was reported earlier was about them trading back to 10. Austin over here thinks that someone's going to trade up to get Genty, and the Browns are going to trade back again. I could see it happening.
Kevin Costner is in the house.
You talked about Kayvon, so he had 5.5 sacks last year. I don't know how many games he played. Then he had 11.5 the year before that. Then he had 4. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but, with Kayvon, it looks like he played 14 games last season. A change of scenery would be nice. I don't know what you give up for him, though. If they're willing to move off of him for, like, let's say a 4th-round pick or something like that, I'm doing that. I don't know if I even have to take an edge rusher in this class, but then you have to think, is Kayvon Thibodeau, if he was in this draft class, would he be better than some of those guys that may be at 17 or maybe at 49? And I think the answer is yes. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to taking him because he's still young. He's still got that rookie contract. The only thing is he's a little into that rookie contract. So you're not going to get the full benefit of the 5 years if you were to take one of these guys. But if you're talking about Mike Green's off the board, you're talking about the premier rushers are off the board, and I got to pick Shamar Stewart or Kayvon Thibodeau, I'm taking Kayvon Thibodeau with a later round pick.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I like Thibodeau. I think he's I think he would be a perfect guy opposite of Trey Hendrickson, something that we have not had in a while. So I would love that move 100%. But everybody, I don't know if you guys are reading the chats, but I guess Warren Sharp, a bunch of people are saying the Browns are trying to trade back to 10 now.
I said that just a minute ago. Where are you at? Are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening, but I'm reading off our comments from our listeners, Eric.
Well, I just made that comment 2 minutes ago. Where are you at?
Our listeners are in tune.
Hey, speaking of our listeners, hold on.
The Browns aren't trading the 5th round pick.
What happened?
The number 5th pick or 5th round pick?
Someone just said that they're not going to trade the 5th round pick. We'll see if this is our guy Slick Rick. He's a really good insider. We'll see. We'll see if he's really going to do it or not.
Okay. So just speaking of our fans,
it's in, guys. They're taking Mason Graham.
Okay.
They're taking Mason Graham.
The Browns are taking Mason Graham.
Over trading back instead of getting Carter, they get Graham.
Yeah,
that's idiotic.
Yeah, I would have taken Carter. I'm gonna be honest with you,
Dude. That is idiotic. That
Can we
is.
call it Brownieotic or something? Clevelandotic? It's
Mason Graham.
I
I
can't
wasn't.
believe. I
I
can't
like
believe.
Walter Nolan more than him. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Oh yes, Walter Nolan's better
I like
than
Walter
Mason
Nolan
Graham.
better than him.
Oh my god! I mean, it's good for us, guys. Listen, this is good for us. I'm not trying to. I'm not upset about it. It's just, it's hard to believe. It really is hard to believe that they could screw that up. I mean, it's almost like I said, statistically impossible. But Mason Graham. I mean, they don't even get Genty.
Mason Graham is kind of crazy.
Oh, that's crazy.
Campbell, pro comp Peter Skoronsky.
So we missed the super chat here. Sorry, Fuzzy Balls. About Will Johnson, he's not going to be there because or Will Johnson. I'm sorry, Will Johnson, not Campbell. So if Will Johnson is still there at 13, would you package 17 and a 2026 pick to move up and get cute cornerback 1? Ace?
I think I love Will Johnson. I'd take the chance that he's going to be there at 17. With all this, now we haven't seen another quarterback go off the board here. These are kind of the guys that we expected. I would love Will Johnson. We do this, it seems like every year. There's a guy that before going into this draft, everybody's like, he's a top 5 pick. He's going to be the guy. Something happens. In his case, he gets hurt. He misses some games. And now all of a sudden people are like doubting that this guy is good. This guy was CB1 coming into this year. Like Travis Hunter, he's going to be an exception because he's an athlete. He can do more of that stuff. But if you're talking about just straight up corner, Will Johnson was the guy. I remember literally a year ago or a year or two ago, people saying when we got DJ Turner, man, we should get Will Johnson, but there's going to be no chance that we can get Will Johnson. Well, guess what? There may be a chance that we can get Will Johnson, and I'm all in on it because I haven't seen anything to say that Will Johnson isn't going to be good. I've seen this happen with Justin Herbert. I've seen this happen with other guys where Justin Herbert was supposed to be QB1 the year that we got Burrow, right? He has a somewhat of a down year, and now people are putting Tua Tagovailoa over him. And guess what? How did that work out? I think Justin Herbert's the better quarterback. So if it's a situation where Will Johnson is there, I'm going to roll the dice. But if I can get Will Johnson at 17, which this was a guy that was supposed to be like a top 5 pick, that's tremendous value. And yes, I would be in on getting him.
Would you trade up for him? That's Fuzzy's question.
It was funny because we just did a playback the other day and it was me versus like 30 Bengals fans. And I said, if Abdul Carter or a Travis Hunter or something like that fell to the 9th pick or the 10th pick, I would trade up and I would trade that 2026 first round pick and 17 to do it. I don't know if I would do that for Will Johnson. Like if you're talking about I move up with 17 and maybe a 2026 maybe 2nd round pick, maybe 3rd round pick, I probably consider it because the way that I think of it is this team is going to be drafting in the late 20s, 30s, right? Hopefully 32 if we get one of these players like that. So I kind of look at it as it's a 2nd round pick anyway. Even if it's the 1st round pick, I look at the 2nd round as the 3rd round pick. I mean, you're pretty much a few picks away from it. So with that being said, I think if it was a 3rd or a 2nd, I may consider it. It just depends. Like if Walter Nolan is still on the board, then I'm probably like, no. But if you're saying that it's going to be a situation where maybe Jihad Campbell's already going, Kelvin Banks is going, Walter Nolan's going, and you're saying I can even move up and get Will Johnson, or I can sit back and get the kid from Oregon, give me Will Johnson.
Yeah. So we do it.
Let me ask you guys real quick. I want because I want to stay on this real quick. Let me ask you this: is there going to be, if Mason Graham is the pick here, guys? Is there going to be a run on edge rushers? Are we going to see a run right now on edge rushers?
Man, I think so. Mason Graham is the pick for sure.
Yeah, it's the pick.
Where that run starts on edge rushers, like you said, is interesting because. I think the next guy off the board may be either Michael Williams, maybe it's Jelon Walker. Is there going to be a surprise? I think once that run starts, that's going to push Mike Green pretty quickly. I don't think that Mike Green even last till the Atlanta pick. I think somebody would possibly start a run. And I think you're right, Jake. Once that run starts, you're going to start seeing these guys fly off of the board.
I agree.
So before we got a lot of stuff going here really fast. We do have almost 1,000 people in here tonight. Thank you everybody for joining. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe if you can. Super chats are on. We're going to read some of them now. We've missed a few, so apologize if they're not timely. But we got Curtis Tucker giving a shout out to Coach Jake. Got the beard. He's got the Bluto beard. Shout out to Wincy Pod Houday LFG. Thanks for joining us, Curtis. Fuzzy Balls had another one here. I don't know if we read this, but Cleveland being the toilet bowl of the Great Lakes and Browns are a contributing factor. Rick Barley has a question here for the crew. What would be the most unserious choice we could make? In my opinion, drafting one of the tight ends, even if they're good players. I loved your mocks drafts this year. I'll go first here. I don't think that a tight end, if Tyler Warren's there, to me that's not an unserious pick. That's taking the best player available. I wouldn't want to see. I don't know. It's hard to say any of them going to be unserious unless you're drafted a quarterback or even a running back at 17. Most of those you want to be impact starters. Mon, what would be a really bad pick for you?
Well, that's a great question, because I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not crazy about tight end. We just signed Gesicki. We did double up last year. I know Eric Hall is probably a long shot to play for, again. I mean, I hope I'm wrong on that. But if Ty Warren is there, I mean, how can you say no to that? My son just said over here, we want to protect Joe Burrow, but a good way to protect Joe Burrow is to give him a weapon like Ty Warren. He's still going to be, his offensive line is what it is, but Ty Warren can be one of those security blankets that, could really take his game to another level. And that's a great question, man. That is really an awesome question.
Before I kick it to Jake, I have a better answer to it. I wouldn't go position wise, but if the Bengals are sitting at 17 and they go with the second best guard on the board or the third best guard on the board, we saw them do that with Jackson Carman, where he wasn't even the best offensive lineman available at the time, and they ended up drafting him a round earlier than he should have.
But Eric, you know how the Bengals operate. The Bengals have their own system of rating players, and sometimes they pick guys that we think there's two or three better players at that spot, but the Bengals are like, no, this is what we want. We have a stereotype. We want a player to be 6'5", 275 pounds, and he fits that mold. And it's frustrating at times, and I hope that doesn't happen this year. I don't know. I've been reading a lot of comments on Twitter while you guys are talking. I'm really nervous about 17. I really am. And if it's what it's going to be, I hope they trade back because I think that player will be there.
So just reported by Ari Merov with the sixth pick, the Raiders GM can now go home and tell his son that he's allowed to come back, or his son will tell him he's allowed to come back in the house because the Raiders are selecting Ashton Genty at 6.
Let me say the tight end thing real quick. Tyler Warren is a blue chip player as far as I'm concerned. And again, Mike Gesicki, guys, understand Mike Gesicki is wide receiver 3 for the Bengals. Tyler Warren brings a whole nother piece of this puzzle where he can create mismatches in between the hashes. He is a guy that can extend the field. But he's also a really good blocker, guys. Tyler Warren is the total package when it comes to the tight end position. He is a blue chipper, and if he is there at 17, the Bengals need to pick him because let me tell you, the Tyler Warrens of the world don't come around very often. He's a very good football player, and this is a good pick by the Raiders, just to let you know, Ashton Genty.
You said it wouldn't be a good pick at 17, but it's a good pick for the Raiders. I'm offended.
Well, it's a good pick for them. It's a good pick for them, Eric.
Ashton Genty is a good pick for anybody that gets him in this draft. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Ashton Genty is going to be seen, and it maybe not as bad, but it's going to be seen similar to the Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson was passed on so many people, and look what happened. How many people look silly? Those people in the, he's at 6, so he's not that overdrafted for a running back. But those people in front of him are going to say, "Damn, I wish that I drafted Ashton Genty." We were getting reports that Carolina at 7 is fielding calls to trade down, so we could get some more breaking news here in a pick or so. Be interesting.
Yeah, I just want to say something. There's so many options coming up at 17. We're 10 picks away. Last year, the Bengals drafted Mims. Turned out to be a great pro, but they wanted to get another interior lineman. They didn't want to get one in the 7th round like Matt Lee. They wanted to get one sooner. The draft board didn't fall the way they wanted it to, so they couldn't get that Mason McCormick. They couldn't get another interior offensive lineman. Guys, sooner or later, we have got to stop kicking the can down the road, and we really have got to find the guy. All right? I like some of the options at 17, but I keep on hearing about the kid from North Dakota. I just don't know. I don't know if he's worthy of being there at 17, but a lot of these draft pundits talking him up. He's a riser. They're saying he's a top 20 pick. So I don't know.
We've got Cordell Volson. We had the Cody Mock the year before, and they're saying he's the best out of North Dakota State, which I love, but I don't want him at 17. If we're getting him, I want to trade back and pick up another pick or two, and we should still be able to get him in the 20s. We do have another super chat here, so let's get to it. In our opinion, which position will the Bengals most likely double dip on it? We saw that with defensive tackle last year. A lot of people say that could possibly take them out of defensive tackle this year. I've been on the record saying it's got to be an interior offensive line. Jake, what do you think? Let's go to you first.
Well, I'm going to agree with you. I think if you're going to double dip and you're the Bengals, I think you double dip in the interior of the offensive line. I think that's where you have to double dip. I'm not saying I don't want to see it at 17, but I do think so in this draft you've got to double dip. Just number one, because the Bengals have not been very good at developing these guys, these offensive linemen. And I don't know, I kind of feel like if you draft 2, you got a shot at 1 type of thing. So I think you double dip in the interior of the offensive line.
So just reported by Albert Breer, the Jets take Armand Membo, offensive tackle. So first offensive tackle or second tackle goes off the board.
Okay, so Jets take offensive tackle.
I'm sorry, yeah. Well, at 7, wasn't that the Panthers pick?
I think there is going to be a run. There's going to be a run on offensive linemen because it's a deeper draft, defense. I think the best offensive linemen are, you're going to get in the top 50, 60 picks. So I expect a little bit of a run here on offensive linemen.
And I said that about edge. I said that about edge. If that first, obviously Abdul Carter already off the board, but I think, and Mason Graham's more of an interior guy, anyways. But I do think there's going to be a run on edge too. It might be interesting, Mon, if it is an O line and a D line run right here before we get to 17. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, to go back to that one question, offense isn't a problem in Cincinnati. We have explosive players. We have fancy tools. We have the fancy gadgets. We just don't have the trench players. But if we got to 17 and there's a premier running back there and the Bengals picked one, that would be something. That would be a head scratcher for me. It really would. Obviously, that's not going to be the problem because Genty got picked. But there's a bunch of other guys, a running back from North Carolina that, that people talk about all the time. I don't know, man. I just want the Bengals pick to get here.
we got a while, but yes, I agree.
Yeah, so a little news. We talked about Thibodeau earlier on. Breaking news on that right now, that right after picking Carter, they picked up Thibodeau's 5th-year option, so they're at least rolling with him through that 5th year. So I guess they just want to really beef up that pass rush, and who can blame them? We've talked about that all season long, all off season. You can't have too much pass rush.
Did people you just went off the board?
Genty went to the Raiders. Membo went to the Jets.
Hey, did Dax Hill's 5th-year option get picked up?
Not yet.
Somebody had talked about you said about double dipping, Eric. Somebody brought up the fact of Boehe and Fisher. I agree with that. That was but the we're talking about the first and second round double dipping at tackle and striking out. That set the Bengals back for years. That draft set the Bengals back for years. I'm not talking about double dipping. I just said I don't want the first round pick to be an offensive lineman. I'm saying in this draft, somewhere getting a couple interior offensive linemen. Well, I do not want to go back to back like the Bengals did with Boehe and Fisher. That is not what I'm saying.
And the thing is they have to double dip at guard. They have to double dip at guard. If it's in the first, I don't really want it to be in the second, but it needs to be in the third. So if you take one in the first, you're going to have to go back in the third. You're maybe just as good to go the second and third, but you have to take two. And I don't want to take a first, a second, and then a 6th rounder. I don't want another one in there. Go ahead, Ace.
Can you guys hear me? Is the mic
yes,
better?
You're good.
Way better? All right, hold on. Is it better now or is it lower?
It's about the same.
It's about the same? Okay.
But you're definitely louder than you were before.
Okay. No, sounds good. Sorry, I just want to get the mic check in. Sorry about that. Didn't want to disrupt the show, but apparently I sound pretty low like the Cleveland Browns right now.
It's like you're in Jake's man cave hiding and whispering.
Well, listen,
maybe we should bring Angela in from the man cave since she's allowed in there when you're away.
No, she is not allowed in there. You already know that. Eric.
Ace,
Don't try to break up a happy home, Eric. Don't do that.
Ace, do you have any thoughts on Genty to the Raiders?
Yeah, I mean, that was an open secret, right? A lot of people were talking about the Raiders, possibly the Jaguars for him. They need it because they had Amir Abdullah at one point at running back. And I was like, that can't be Amir Abdullah from the Lions back in the day. And yeah, it was Amir Abdullah. So, yeah, they needed to get a running back there. You know, the cabin is pretty bare if Amir Abdullah is your starting running back in 2024 and it's not 2014. So, yeah, they had to do something there at the running back position. They got Geno as their quarterback now. This isn't a quarterback draft. So I think for them getting a premier running back like Genty, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think the GM's kid said, like, if he didn't draft Genty, like, they were going to riot in the streets.
Yep.
So,
he said, don't come home. His son said, if you don't draft Genty, don't come home. He said, go get the milk. Don't come home.
He tipped that pick. Smart man.
Didn't the Giants GM son tell him?
He said, you better re-sign Saquon and you better draft Jaden. And I think that son has now been adopted by someone in Philadelphia Eagles gear because he should have been the GM. He should have just if he just did everything his son said, he probably would have won the NFC East. Maybe we need to listen to our kids more. Austin, what do you think?
I'm not gonna ask Ryder that.
Well, my son had he had a pretty good quotable when I went back there and told him what the Browns did, and he said that the Browns are an NFL version of the Charlotte Bobcats, and I said, well, that sounds about right, my guy.
Listen, he knows. I mean, he's thrown out the Bobcats, not even the Hornets. He's
the
old school.
Hornets said no.
No, right? Because he knows. Yeah, I mean, wow. He's representing. I love it. Let's make Jake go to sleep. Let's talk some NBA ball while we wait for the next pick.
No, let's not talk NBA ball. Listen, I'm just letting our listeners know this. I went to bed early the other night. I don't know what time it was, maybe about like 9 or 10 o'clock. And I woke up the next morning to this is not an exaggeration. Listen, I'm telling you guys, I am not exaggerating this. I woke up to 134 text messages from those. Let me see if I can do this right.
From me.
From those two, 134 NBA text messages. Oh, yeah. So you can understand that I read about 3 of them.
Ace and Zim were going at it about the Wolves and the Lakers, and I usually save any talk until after the game, but I got to defend my team when facts aren't facts. When it's the NBA is not the NFL. One game, it's kind of like a quarter. A lot could change from one quarter to the next. One game to the next.
You need to tell Zim that, because that's where it started at. I was like,
I might not have even gotten that far in the text chain to see Zim's name, because I just was like, I'm not even reading.
I'll just say they stopped after a while. After a certain point, they just kind of died off, and he fell asleep somehow in the third, fourth quarter. I don't know.
Well, when he fell asleep, the Wolves woke up. So maybe we need to make him sleep tomorrow night. Yeah, going to be a little hard tomorrow night. I'm going to have two TVs on because the Wolves are playing and the NFL draft is on.
They knew not to do it tonight, though. They knew not to put the Lakers and Wolves game tonight.
Let those other dumb teams fight it out.
I'm trying to read comments from our listeners, and I know I did not see someone just put on there that Mason Graham is a blue chip player. I know I did not read that. I know I did not read one of our listeners write that Mason Graham is a blue chip player, because he is
Jake,
not
hold on one second.
blue chip player.
Jake,
here we go.
Jake, hold on one second. I'm not rooting for the Browns. I hate the Browns, but he's been a top 5 prospect the whole cycle.
He's been a top 5 prospect. But he's not a blue chip. You can't sit there and say,
I mean, you make it sound like they drafted a guy from Mims, Florida. I mean, he's a good player.
Mom, but he's not a Blue Porter. He's not a Travis Hunter. Mom, there's a reason why the Browns fans are crashing out right now.
All right, the Panthers pick is in. The Panthers pick is in.
True.
They took wide receiver Tet McMillan. I haven't looked at a lot of mocks up there. I just looked at the Bengals stuff. So
that's a receiver, right, from Arizona?
Wide receiver, yeah. Tet McMillan or Tet Teira. I can't say his whole name, so we'll go with Tet. So no trade back there. Panthers stick and pick their wide receiver.
All right. That is a good pick. I like that pick for the Carolina Panthers.
So my brother's a diehard Panthers fan, and all off season was, you're going to trade us T. You're going to trade us T. We really need a wide receiver. You're going to trade us T. And just like I told everybody else, get your own T. Higgins. We're going to re-sign him. Nobody believed me until we did. And so they needed their wide receiver. Hopefully he's their wide receiver 1. They did get Xavier Legette last year. He played really well for them. So maybe they could have a good 1-2 punch. Go ahead, Mon.
The Saints are coming up at 9. Could they shock and reach and draft Dart?
What about Shedeur
They need
Sanders? Where do they draft Shedeur Sanders?
Do you think that they could do something like that crazy and draft him at 9?
Yes. Yes, I do. I do think that. I think they're very well could be a reach here.
That would be crazy. I mean,
do you guys think this is in the Bengals' favor right now? The way this draft is going. I mean, do you think it's in the Bengals' favor or no? Mon, what do you think? You think this is in the Bengals' favor right now?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if there is a couple of like picks out of left field that nobody was expecting, that means some players the Bengals didn't consider at 17 could be there. And yes. We'll have to see over the next few picks. If a Dart gets picked by the Saints, a panic pick, that's going to help the Bengals out because a good player is going to slide down.
Right.
Yeah, well, I mean that's what it always happens. There's going to be somebody there that we never expected to be there. Maybe it's Ty Warren. That would be awesome, but it could be a position we didn't expect.
Jake, I agree with you. Hunter and Abdul Carter are much better than Graham. Much better. I agree 100%. But Graham is not some.
I'm not saying he's a chump, but I'm saying this is what I'm saying, Mon, is that. You get a few blue chippers every year in drafts. Mason Graham is not a blue chip guy. Again, Cleveland can get all these picks and all. but they don't do very well drafting in the first place. When you have a blue chipper fall to you, you got to take one of those guys. You do. I mean, I know this is not a quarterback draft, but Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter are generational talented players. Mason Graham is not. Listen, I'm not saying he's not a good player. I would love Mason Graham on the Bengals. I would not love Mason Graham at 5 for the Bengals, but I would love Mason Graham at 17 for the Bengals, or even 10 to 12. This you can't. This can't be turned any other way besides the fact that the Cleveland Browns screwed this thing up. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know how.
So my son brought this up.
I am too. I am too, for sure.
Yeah, it's great. That's what we're here for. That's what we want. Jalen Walker, linebacker, is still there. We talked about Jihad Campbell a lot. If Jalen Walker's there at 17, we didn't talk about him much this season at all because it's never been predicted that he would be there. You guys got any thought on the linebacker from Georgia?
Listen, I love the Eagles. What the Eagles have done defensively, the Bengals need to follow. They need to follow that blueprint. And I mean, the Eagles said, you know what, we're taking all of Georgia's defense, and they won a Super Bowl. Those guys, those Georgia, Alabama defenders, I'm not talking about offensive guys, although obviously AJ Green worked out for us. But Georgia and Alabama just seems to put out some of the best defensive players every year. They're not very well known for offensive guys. I mean, there's been some, a Devontae Smith here and an AJ Green there, but defensively, Georgia and Alabama there's been a lot of home runs with those two schools. So for me, again, that's why I love Jihad Campbell. I think he's got that pedigree. Yeah, I mean, listen, you know how I feel about this draft. I want the best defensive player available at 17. I don't think he'll fall, but if he fell, oh my goodness, the Bengals have to run to the podium.
In our final mocks the other night, I picked Ezra.
Hold on. Sorry, Mon, not to interrupt. The Saints are taking Kelvin Banks, offensive tackle.
Wow, here goes the run, Mon. Mon was right. Here goes the run. This could be a run.
I just wanted to mention that in my final mock we did the other night, Jihad Campbell wasn't available. That's why I picked the defensive end from Boston College. If Campbell is there at 17, I hope that's the pick. I didn't have that option in my final mock, but if not, I'd like the Boston College defensive lineman. I want an impact player. I want offensive coordinators to be afraid of a Bengal defender. Okay, I want somebody that's powerful, forceful, that scares other teams. I don't think we have that guy. Trey Hendrickson, is a solid player. Yeah, I think people, game plan around him. We need another bookend. We need somebody else that's going to come in. Teams are afraid of, and I hope it's Campbell.
We'll see. We still got 8 picks.
I just like Mon. I mean, don't you feel, Mon? I mean, you and I were there for that playoff game in 15, and people can say whatever they want to about Vontaze Burfict, but Mon, you and I were there live, and we watched Vontaze Burfict take over that football game. You could say whatever you want to about. I mean, it was a great catch by AJ Green. It was a great play. AJ McCarron played great the second half, but Vontaze Burfict is the reason why the Bengals had a chance to win that football game at the end. And Mon, you and I watched it live, and we saw Vontaze Burfict take over that football game. The Bengals have not had a guy.
He was the best player on the field. Period.
Easy.
Period.
He's the best player on the field.
Dominated it. And yeah, I can't believe you brought that up. Jake is here. All three of us are here right now. That was a crazy night. And
can I share my side of that? I was there too. So I was there in a Jeremy Hill jersey. I was 15 years old. And,
I wasn't going to bring that up, Jake.
Yeah, I know. Vontaze gets the pick. I stand up. I say, "Hey, Dad, can I start? Like, can I cuss real quick? And he's like, sure. So I just start flicking off these like families of Steeler fans, and like they seem like nice people, but besides the jerseys they're wearing. And of course, history plays out. Jeremy Hill fumbles. I try to leave my jersey in the streets of Cincinnati, but my dad's like, that's like a $90 jersey.
So 90 is $130 jersey. It wasn't a $90 jersey.
So
I pick it up.
So he picked it up, but it should be in a sewer somewhere.
Hey, listen to this.
What are you talking about, man? That's the worst advice that a parent can get.
It was terrible parenting, my mom. It was terrible.
Pick up the fumble off of the ground, Jeremy.
Listen,
Eric, let him fumble the jersey.
We are walking back to the hotel.
Oh boy, here we go.
Jake was catatonic. My son was catatonic. We go into the lobby of the hotel. This big fight breaks out. Steeler Bengal fans, big fight. And I'm screaming, kick his ass, kick his ass. They don't even remember the fight.
Let me tell you something. Well, let me tell you something. To our defense, we all basically had hypothermia and pneumonia because we sat in that rain. It was 30 degrees raining on us for the first half. But I was in a very dark place after that game. I'll be honest with you. I don't remember walking back to stadium, just like I don't remember the walk through Inglewood in LA after we lost the Super Bowl, Mon. You and Luke walked through Inglewood for an hour and a half. I don't remember any of that because I go to this place when the Bengals do that to me. I just don't remember.
What helped in 2015 is the next day was the Blair Walsh kick.
Yeah, Minnesota.
For Minnesota. And so the NFL calendar was like, that was the most miserable part of the weekend. So.
No, but that was it was a rough weekend, but a fun weekend at the same time.
But back to my original point, I don't know why we had to bring all of that up because it's just a nightmare. But Vontaze Burfict, we have not had somebody like that, and Jihad Campbell is that. And I guess that's why I'm so high on this guy is because I saw Vontaze Burfict single-handedly win us a football game until Jeremy Hill fumbled that football, and I want that on the defensive side of the ball again. I want that to take over a game.
Let's circle the conversation back around because, Ace, before you came on, we were asking the Georgia linebacker is still sitting there. If he's there at 17, are you taking him over Campbell?
Absolutely not. I mean, I'm not on the Jihad Campbell train because I just feel like the way that linebacker is right now, you can get a linebacker in round 5 and get a good one. I know that Jihad is special, but I think the difference between a pass rushing 3-tech that has a trajectory like Jalen Carter, Aaron Donald is much harder to find in rounds 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? And I feel like the Bengals have kind of tried to do that, and that's how you end up with a Chris Jenkins. That's how you end up with a Zach Carter.
Yeah.
I got Wilson. Go ahead.
I got breaking news that's really it might help us out, maybe not. The Bears at 10 are taking Colston Loveland. So not even Warren. They're taking tight end. Yes, at 10, the Bears are taking Loveland.
Listen, my buddy Omesh.
Over Warren, yeah.
One of my best friends in this world. He's family to me. Omesh, if you're watching the show, I am so sorry that you have to be a Bears fan. Tyler Warren, passing up Tyler Warren is crazy for the Chicago Bears. Unbelievable.
Unbearable. Is it unbearable for Omesh? I'm sorry, Omesh.
I like that, Omesh. I'm going to use that. Unbearable.
I know I'm in the minority, though, but I just feel like Logan Wilson coming back, he's already a really good linebacker. Jermaine Pratt, we don't know what's going on with him, right? But the last time Jermaine Pratt, Logan Wilson, and our current DC were together, the linebackers were the best group on the defense in terms of as a unit, in terms of what they did in the playoffs on that Super Bowl run. So for me, I don't know. Like if Jermaine Pratt sticks around, it would have to be a situation where Jermaine Pratt is gone. Then I still need to fill the hole at defensive tackle, edge rusher. That's the only reason where I'm not super gung-ho about it. But if we're talking about straight up linebacker between Jelon Walker and between Jahad Campbell, it's not close to me. It's Jahad Campbell.
So following that up with the 11th pick, the Niners are taking Mykel Williams, edge.
Thank God. Thank you.
All right. Warren's
Yes.
still on the board.
Warren's still on the
Stewart
board.
out
We
of
got,
there.
what, 6 picks left?
Could we
Yes,
have
Stewart
another tight end, another blue chip tight end sitting there, and the Bengals pass him up?
Tyler Warren to the Colts, bro. I don't think he gets past the Colts.
And the crash out begins.
Hey, listen, we're getting, it's getting closer and closer to our pick. I just got sent this picture. Mon shouted it out earlier, but our Bengals Pulse fan, Ella, Olivia's friend, is in Jacksonville at a Jaguars draft watch party, and I got to share the picture. She's given us permission in full Bengals gear. Shout out to Ella. I mean, that's probably more balls than I got to go. And Duval County is not friendly to Bengals fans, so this takes a lot. Way to go, Ella! Represent. Give him a hooday. I don't know. Please don't do a Duval chant. I don't want to hear any more of those. So
she's a regular follower of Cincinnati. She loves Cincinnati. She loves the Pods.
Oh,
got great taste, obviously.
The new coach, he was like, dude, he said it all wrong. He said,
that guy is a clown. That Jaguars coach is a clown.
And they talk everything they gave up this GM's first year, and with everything he traded to get Travis Hunter, it could be his last year if it doesn't work out, because he gave up essentially 2 years worth of quality draft picks. Interesting. We do have another super chat here from Andrew. Let's throw it in while we got a chance. Get your guys' opinion. Most likely defensive player from Notre Dame to be selected by the Bengals. I'm assuming Notre Dame and not North Dakota. We'll see. By the Bengals and reunited with Al Golden. He thinks it's Jack Kaiser. Let's go to Ace first. Any thoughts?
I don't know. Like, I see this happen all the time. And generally when coaches end up as DCs or something, you think that they would pick their guys, but sometimes they go in another direction. And, one of the things that I think about is he's now a head coach for Seattle, but Mike McDonald, when he was in Baltimore, right, everybody was like, oh, well, he's got to take Dax Hill. And then he took Kyle Hamilton. So, like, I'm not so sure that they will exactly take a Notre Dame player. I think it could be Jack Kaiser, but who knows? It could have been someone that Al Golden was recruiting, and maybe he might have had some of these guys higher. I think about Watts. Like, I wonder if Watts is a guy.
That's who I think. I think it could be Watts. I think Watts could be – listen, Al Golden loves Xavier Watts. Like, I'm talking about he loves the dude. If it's going to be a Notre Dame player, it's going to be Xavier Watts.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Xavier Watts. I agree.
So we have Colston Loveland again going over Tyler Warren is just nuts. That is just craziness. I am just.
Let me ask you guys a question. Help me out on this. Nolan could be an option here. A lot of people love him. What are some of the concerns with him? I mean, I don't understand. I mean, did he have off-field issues too?
For Loveland, you said?
Walter Nolan.
Yeah. So the questions around Nolan that everybody's talked about is his. They don't know if he loves football, and it is kind of scary for me because it does give off the Burton vibes. They're worried about him not loving and eating, sleeping football. So to me, that's a little worrisome because they say, well, with the right support system, the kind of babysitters outside of football, he can do well. Well, we've already seen with Burton that we didn't go babysit a damn person. Like, we didn't keep him under wraps. We didn't help him walk across the street to make a walkthrough when he was a high part of the game plan. So it's a little concerning to me.
Yeah,
let's go.
Hey. What's up with your boy?
Chilling, bro. How you doing?
Chilling. We about to get talking about like 50 minutes or something.
We're just over here tap dancing on the Browns' graves because they decided to brown it up. What are your thoughts on that?
Colston Loveland, the first tight end. Go ahead, bro.
Thoughts on Travis Hunter? I mean, they're gonna regret it if bro is good in the NFL, which I think he's going to be. But when I look at the landscape of AFC North, though, like, I mean, I think about that and I just say, do you trust him as the number one wide receiver with a bad quarterback? Like, I don't. Like, I know that number ones get doubled. Like Jerry Jeudy won't, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're gonna put all that pressure on Travis Hunter without a Joe Burrow. I just can't. I never thought he was set up for success there. And then on the opposite end, you think that Jamar Chase, like the undersized corner, like Jamar Chase would dunk on him? Like, I don't know. I never thought he would have did well in the North, bro. I couldn't see it.
But what about again, Travis Hunter aside, Zim, Abdul Carter, a blue chip edge rusher on the other side of Myles Garrett, and you go Mason Graham at 5, that is insane. It's insane.
Exactly. And remember, Mason Graham before the draft was rumored to be dropping down to like 11. They low-key might have overpaid for him, honestly. Like, the rumors were that he would fall out of the out of the top 10. And the Browns just changed that all up. And I don't know, man. I get them. The Mason Graham one is like it makes sense because now you have so many other picks. So now you're just stacking a roster. I do think them getting all them picks is a good move. But the thing that doesn't matter is if he goes crazy for the Jaguars, they're going to regret it for their whole franchise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think that's what's crazy is, if you're going to pass up on a blue chip player, you better have something. You better have a plan. And I don't see the plan. If you're going to pass up again, I know your thoughts on Travis Hunter, but listen, Travis Hunter is a nightmare to cover. No matter if you have a quarterback or not, you don't want to see a threat like a Travis Hunter. And again, the Browns have been trying to find that Jamar Chase. They've been trying to find that T. Higgins, and he could possibly have been there at 2.
Come on, coach.
And you trade down.
Coach, let's be real. Come on, coach. Let's be real. If you're going up against that dude, think about it. You could double team Jamar Chase and take him out of a game, right? Like, and force the Bengals to throw to another wide receiver, right? So think about that. Like, what game would Travis Hunter for the Cleveland Browns not get double teamed? They don't have enough threats on offense to take the double team off of him to me. And even if they did, you need a top 10 quarterback throwing to him, like to make it to justify that. Like, this is the league. Come on, coach. If you want to take out the best player, we could take your best player out.
Well, listen, I don't disagree with that, but in order for you to be in a situation, you gotta get good players, right? I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but my point is, in order for you to be in the position like the Bengals are in right now, where you can't take everybody away, you have to take good players. I mean, the Browns receiving core is atrocious.
But don't you think that now they set themselves up? Remember, they didn't even have a first round pick last year. So now they've given themselves an extra second, right? And they give themselves an extra 4th. Mason Graham wouldn't have been who I would have took. I would have took Abdul Carter. But now imagine you're in a room and Mason Graham, and then they come back with the 2nd round pick and the 4th round pick. They literally did what the Bengals could do in the span of 3 years. They could do it in one draft because you're saying stack up the players. Like, I'm stacking it up with picks. They haven't had picks. You know, like the last 2 years, then they had like 5 picks 1 year and then like 4. Like they didn't even have a first round last year. I don't think what they did is bad. The only thing that doesn't change. Did y'all see that graphic of Julio when they traded for Julio Jones? I mean, the picks that they gave up in the Julio Jones, what happened in 2011? Yeah. Have y'all seen that graphic? So at the time, everybody said the Browns fleeced. But when you look back at the totality of it, you're like, bro, you gave up a chance to get Julio Jones, and that's the thing. It's all about is Travis Hunter balls out like how you're saying. Yeah, it's the stupidest thing you could do. I just think they're in a position where they haven't had picks, and they got a bunch of holes on their roster like we do. And I don't know. I don't think that move was bad. I don't know, man. If they had a quarterback, if they had a real quarterback, you don't even think twice. You take Travis Hunter.
And to Mon's point earlier on, it was a great trade for picking up picks, but they got to hit on those picks, at least half of them. We do have a couple super chats here. While we're talking about it, Fuzzy Balls with the question, who was the Bengals' last lockdown cornerback?
That we drafted, Fuzzy?
Just in general, who was the last lockdown cornerback that the Bengals even had?
Maybe
Leon Hall, Jonathan Joseph.
I think Leon Hall was better than Jonathan Joseph personally.
No way. Jonathan Joseph was better.
Are they saying lockdown cornerback?
Yeah, but I wouldn't describe either one of them as lockdown. They were good corners.
Leon Hall was nasty.
2021 Cheeto though was a lockdown corner. He's not better than Leon Hall, but he was a lockdown corner.
I think that's a good one. Cheeto in 21 was pretty nasty for sure. Guys, don't forget how good Leon Hall was.
Leon Hall was amazing. Leon Hall was amazing.
Dude. Leon Hall was a dude.
Very good. He was very good, but so was Joseph. Joseph to me was a little better.
I don't know if he was. They were about the same to me. They were about the same. Like Jonathan Joseph was more athletic, but I think Leon Hall was more of a technician and was better technically than Jonathan Joseph.
Hey guys, I just got a message from my season ticket with the Bengals. The schedule drops Wednesday, May 14th at 8 p.m.
Yeah, it's weird that they slid that out there on draft night. They usually put that out there.
Yes, the Bengals schedule will drop Wednesday, May 14th at 8 p.m.
Wow.
You
have a question.
Hold on. Breaking news. Tyler Booker to the Cowboys.
Wow. Okay. That helps the Bengals.
It does help.
It helps the Bengals. Hey,
get that slow bum off the board. Let's go.
Wait, before you get that, we do have another super chat here. Someone wants to read. We about to be active. Thank you, Russell, for the super chat.
No, you forgot the most important part, the Harry Nuts game.
Go for it.
We live. Listen, for the people that don't know, Harry Nuts game is something I started a long time ago when Marvin Lewis was scared to go for it on 4th down. It was a bunch of coochie calls. They were nothing like Coach Owens. Nothing like them. They were acting like coochies every Sunday. Weren't doing that. And so we developed the hardest hitting fans in the world, and we lined them up every Sunday on Instagram, and I converted over, and the Harry Nuts gang lives forever. So I appreciate that super chat right there. Harry Nuts gang. To this day, I'm not shaving my nuts. I'm going for it on every 4th down.
You just lost a sponsor, man.
Listen, 4th and 27 for life. Yeah, I'm sorry, 3rd and 27. You know what's happening.
That's funny.
Zim, proud member.
Jake, Mon's son there, he's a proud member.
4th and 3 forever.
That's my son, Jake. 4th and 3 forever.
Yes, sir. You know what's happening. Yeah, look, we're not doing that. We're not going back to that Dalton life. We're going back to.
Got another one. You got them all in the chat
following you since 2016.
Thanks, Davis.
It's been a long time. Yeah,
yes,
he's been following you for years.
It's been a long time coming. We've gone through so much, fellas. See, everybody comes on here and they're like, you were here for the 90s. We were here for a lot of coochie-fied actions online and a lot of people that weren't trying to go and take over. You know what I'm saying? So
is that the scientific term?
We're a few away. If Ty Warren is there, are they going to do it at 17?
They got to.
Hell
They got some, bro.
They
We got
got
some.
to, but
good
Jihad
We got
boys.
hella options. We got hella options, boys.
Will Johnson.
Trade back.
I'll trade back. That board looking nice. We need a live board of who's still available right now.
Hey, so we can run through some of that. We have prospects on the board: Tyler Warren, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan, Mike Green, Jalen Walker, Luther Barden, J.D. Barron, Matthew Golden, Nick Imanware, Shamar Stewart, Ezerake. A lot of big names there.
Jalen Walker falls to the Bengals. That will be crazy.
You know what's so crazy?
I don't want him, Jake.
Bro, it's a lot of people that do not like him. Shout out to Goodberry. He was on the show. He's got him like it's his 85th prospect. There's a lot of people that just did not see the production with him. The athleticism and everything about him, like a freak of nature. I'm with you. I would take him. I'm like that with Nick Imanware as well, too, though.
Yeah, shout out to
we got another
super chat from Roe, Harry Nuts, and New Stripe City for life. We for sure trading back. Another super chat. Amok, RIP. Any Manscaped sponsorship? Nolan gang. We're not sponsored tonight's show, so.
Oh, these are great.
Read.
Oh, these super chats are great.
So we talked this.
I want to say this real quick. I am definitely more on the Jihad Campbell team than I am the Walter. Listen. Jihad I know people are talking about Walter Nolan and stuff. Jihad Campbell is my guy. He is my guy. If he is there at 17, I just don't see how the Bengals can pass him up. I really don't. We have not had a player like Vontaze Burfict in a long time. And Jihad Campbell, guys, I'm telling you, is a dog. And we've talked about, Mon, you and I have had these conversations about how soft our defense has been and the impact of having a player that is just nasty on a defensive side of the ball, and we have not had that. Jihad Campbell is that.
Sorry, I had it on.
Hold on. The Bengals are gonna. Okay, nah, never mind. I thought that they were saying.
Whoa! You scared me. No.
Do you guys think that? So, is a trade back a possibility right now? Given that the board is looking very nice for the Bengals.
There's going to be a lot of people that want to come up and get one of these guys, so we could get a really good deal.
You know what's so crazy? Now, we're not talking about Jackson Dart or Shador at all.
We talked about him a little bit before.
Need Dart to go.
Because I wonder now, are the Steelers or whoever else is in the quarterback conversations, are they now looking at that and saying we're getting close to where we would take them?
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know. I think Shador is going to go 33 or 36 to the Browns. I'm calling that. I think that's going to happen. He
must have had some bad interviews, bro.
Well, yeah, we talked about that before you came on, and they said there's one assistant coach that said that it was the worst interview he'd ever been in. He was really entitled. He wasn't very. He just didn't come off good. I don't know if he was like that for all of them.
He might have did that on purpose. Dion might have told him to do that on purpose and just pander.
I mean, do you guys really think there's a quarterback in this draft besides Cam Ward that is worthy of a first round pick? I don't. I don't think there's a quarterback in this draft worthy of a first round pick. I know teams panic, but
this would be it's just the best thing that could happen when that. We go back a few years ago to a draft very similar, and the Steelers went and grabbed Kenny Pickett. I mean, that's what could happen. A team needs a quarterback. They're going to do what they got to do. They're going to brown it up.
Hey, Dolphins pick is in. So we are what, three away now. 3 away before the Bengals pick. And a lot of defensive studs sitting out there on the board still. The Bengals are going to have a lot of guys to choose from. Again, you talked a little bit about it, guys. If this plays out like it's playing out right now, this is a perfect opportunity to trade back a couple spots.
It's a trade.
Pick up a top 60 pick and roll with it, because you're going to have guys there that are all in that same range of being very good defensive players. Going to be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Wow, bro. Nah.
Hold on. Before you do that, right now, if you're watching this on Twitter, on my Twitter, or any of the other social feeds, come on over to YouTube. We're going to finish and keep on going right now. We're getting close to the Bengals pick. Come to the Cincinnati YouTube right now. Go ahead, Ace.
Kenneth Grant just got drafted by the Miami Dolphins, bro.
Who? Grant did?
Who? Kenneth Grant. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah, Kenneth Grant.
Yeah, but
that's good for us.
That's great for us. That's great for us.
Even better players down to it. I didn't expect Kenneth Grant to be the
Hold
second
on.
taken.
The Colts select Tyler Warren.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Bro, Nolan is ours if we want him. Jihad is ours. They're not going Jihad. Come on.
I know. I'm trying. Listen, Zim, I'm trying not to get my hopes up. But I'm telling you right now, if everybody's there. If the Bengals take Jihad Campbell, guys, I'm telling you, the defense is better right away.
They have a shot. Max Toscano came on the show yesterday, and he made the greatest point that I had heard. Shout out to Jess. What's up to you? Shout out to Kenzie. Shout out to Jinx. Shout out to everybody. He made the greatest point. Name me one team in the NFL that has two good elite or top level linebackers where their defense sucks. Name that one team for me.
Say it one more time.
Name a team that has two good linebackers, like elite level, top of the food chain linebackers, and their defense is bad.
Oh, yeah, there's nobody.
It doesn't exist.
There's nobody.
So Shamar Stewart is still there. Any concerned over the Bengals trying to grab him instead?
Oh, God.
Absolutely. I don't want him.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
I'm going to tell you right now, if we take Shamar Stewart, I'm going to have to go take a walk.
No, bro. I'm not. Don't even bring that name up, man. Don't even bring that name up.
Can you believe? I mean, I want to talk about Tyler Warren to the Colts. Can you believe that Tyler Warren fell to the Colts at 14? Is crazy. That is crazy work.
Well, that's like Brock Bowers falling last year. We almost had him.
Bro, Warren, he was moxing him a lot. He was what? That's where I thought he would go.
Really?
And in pick 44, I think that they take Carson Schlesinger, and it's another reason why I want Jihad at 17, because the only other linebacker that I like, the Colts are going to take him before we go to 49.
But you don't think. I mean, Loveland is not even in the same league as Tyler Warren.
Yes, he is. I wouldn't agree with that.
I like both. I think Warren's a tougher blocker right now. But he's more of a bumbling stump, like he's like a updated version of Will Dissly, like to me, Warren, like better version of Dissly. Like he'll get guys off of him, he gives you yak, he's a tough blocker. I think Colson Loveland is the better receiver and the better yak, and I like him.
Yes, sir, Jakey. But hold on, Jake. Hold that thought. Y'all do realize with Miami passing on Will Johnson might be available at 17.
I don't want Will Johnson at 17.
Yeah.
It's a reason. If you're saying the best cornerback and everybody's passing on him,
yeah, you don't see those top corners getting passed on.
Like, what draft is that?
Gonzalez. Y'all don't remember when that happened to Gonzalez?
Yeah, but whatchamacallit got picked the same draft. Somebody help me in the chat. That's Witherspoon, who I thought was better anyway. And what was the other corner? We had to go look at it. I don't think he was the consensus number one.
Christian Gonzalez fell that year to the 17th pick, ironically, which we got.
But he wasn't the first corner to go in that draft, was he?
He was supposed to be, though. He was viewed as like the best.
Need a corner, bro. I don't need a cornerback, bro. Not right now.
We have got to fix the front seven. We have got to fix the front seven. We cannot be worrying about cornerback right now. We've got to fix.
When you got CTB and DJ Turner on the island by themselves, it might.
Guys, I'm nervous.
A little different.
I'm nervous.
The board is too perfect, man. It's too perfect.
Oh,
I got
Emmanuel Forbes. Zim, Emmanuel Forbes went before Gonzalez. That's who it was.
Yeah, that was a stupid pick, and I said that at the time before. That's back when we were in space, and I said, "Bro, this dude gets picks. He's a lot like Travis Hunter. He plays a lot. He gets a lot of zone picks, and I just didn't trust him in man to man. I didn't. I don't trust Travis Hunter in man to man.
Can I just tell you guys that Mon is pacing very badly. We need to be here for Mon right now,
bro. Well, if we drive Walter Nolan, what are we going to do? We need to do something for the Cincinnati faithful. We appreciate y'all coming over, getting off the social, coming on over to YouTube. Send this link to somebody that you know. I will personally give you a shirt off of Zim Hude. We're going to do a contest. If the Bengals draft Walter Nolan or Jahad Campbell, I'm going to donate that to someone. I will take Mike Green too, but
Mon will give you the shirt off his back.
The slam dunk pick is Jahad Campbell or Walter Nolan right here. Like Jahad Campbell with Logan Wilson is nasty, bro.
Nasty.
Like we need to address it. Lamar Jackson.
Malachi Starks is there.
Listen,
guys,
they're all there
that too. I love that. Too.
We are. I'm telling you right now. I really think they trade back.
So, here's.
I think so too.
It takes two to tango, man.
This is crazy.
Look at Tyler Warren on this screen. He's a dog.
Listen, Zim,
they're running speed sweeps with Tyler Warren. You guys are crazy. Loveland isn't even in the same league as Tyler Warren.
I'm all I will say, Jake, is I remember listening around the podcast. It was a lot of people that were like, they're 1A and 1B. You could go either way. It wasn't like it was a huge gap between them. Somebody said what Zim said. Some people feel like Loveland is the better receiver. Like they feel like the other guy's the better blocker, but they feel like he's the better receiver.
Diddy with the super chat. Thank you, Diddy. He said he'll have a full jihad if we don't take Nolan. I mean, it makes for he's got the name for a great defender.
What do you guys think about? So let's say Nolan's there. Let's say Jahad Campbell is there, and the Bengals take Mike Green. What are your thoughts?
I'm cool.
I'm cool with Mike Green. I love Mike Green.
This is important. This Falcons pick is a very important pick.
This Falcons pick, yeah.
This is the most important pick to me because they're 1,000% taking either our edge rusher or they're taking Jahad Campbell.
So just so everybody, we're the picks coming in on X a lot before TV, so we're gonna go with it when we get it. Hey, Stim, if you see it before me, let me know, and we'll throw the breaking news out there at least for the Bengals pick because it's getting close, it's getting intense here, and this is the biggest news. This is what everybody here is for. So
listen, do not. Let me just say this. Let me just say this. Do not.
Jalen Walker to the Falcons.
Good.
Okay. So we got the athletic freak. We got him off the board. We didn't want him anyway. Get out of here. Let's go.
Listen, when we put the Bengals pick up, I do not want to hear anyone say we are not going to like this pick. Just put the pick up. Just rip the Band-Aid off for me. I don't want to hear, we're not going to like this pick. Jake's not going to like this pick like last year. Just tell me who it is.
We're going to troll the hell out of you. I'm going to troll the hell out of you.
Please, Jahad Campbell.
This is perfect. This is fun,
man.
Mon is. I can hear Mon's nerves right now in the other room.
I'm telling you, Ace. You're not hearing me with the Jahad. The same way I felt about Jamar Chase, that's how I feel about bro on defense, bro. I'm telling you, the 10-2 Lamar Jackson stuff. All the people that's in this chat that've been ignoring Lamar Jackson all these years, he's 10-2 versus the Bengals. Walter Nolan and all them dudes like that, they will help us. But we need a dude that's going to run down the line of scrimmage and tackle this dude. And you got to win the division. You have to win a division.
We need Shamar Stewart to go here so that he's not available. Are we afraid of that? My son's really afraid of that.
Get Shamar Stewart up out of there. Yeah, get him gone.
We got a super chat here from Rick Barley. We now no longer have to debate the tight end pick anymore. Draft is falling our way. If the front office can handle it. And what's up, Sim?
What's up, bro? What's up, Rick? Who's that? Tricky Ricky?
Well, let me just say this. I think that again. Oh, Mon's got the jacket on.
Mon's got the jacket on.
I do think I will be perfectly happy if the Bengals trade back here. I'm telling you that now. If the Bengals do decide to trade back, I will be happy with that decision.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I hope they're getting calls because this is the board that they should be getting calls. And if they're all in on Jihad, then so be it. But they should have options here. There's got to be a team that wants to come back.
Right now, Jihad and Nick and Manwari, and then Walter Nolan and Ezra Raku.
I don't
listen,
bro. If you would have told me that in the board had Walter Nolan and all these guys gone, then I would have been all right. I've been like, cool, that's dope, bro. Like now that I see this board, I'm like, do not fumble this, bro. Do not.
I don't know if I want to move back, bro. I think I might want to stay at 17.
I don't want to move. Well,
listen, guys, I would rather move though than taking Stewart. You know what I'm saying? Like if that's their thought process, move back a couple picks and take Stewart in a couple picks and pick up another top 60 pick. That's my point, is that if you're going to stay and take Jihad Campbell, I'm great with that. If you're going to stay and take Walter Nolan, I'm okay with that. Do not take Stewart at 17 and not trade back.
Well, and a lot of people had Jalen Walker as a top 6 pick or top 6 talent in this draft, and he's still there.
No, he just went.
No, Jalen Walker got drafted.
I thought you just said the Falcons took him.
Okay. Sorry. Someone gave me bad data there.
Somebody said Josh Simmons could be in play. That's a person that I would like. I just think the Bengals are scared of that injury history or the injury that he's coming off of.
The worst pick here would be staying at 17 and taking Gray Zabel. I want them all in on guard, but positional value, that's a trade. The only time would be trading back.
Let me ask you.
Walter Nolan and Jihad Campbell today.
Let me ask you guys this. By the way, I don't know, Zim, if you saw my mock draft, but I worked the board like it should be worked, like Duke should be working it, and I got both of those guys in my last mock. Just letting you know. But let me ask you guys this: who right now could you see trading up to 17 to take a quarterback? Because that's really what we're talking about here. Who could you see doing that? And you think the Bengals would trade with the Steelers? Is that
to get one of those quarterbacks? They would. Let them go get those quarterbacks.
It ain't like I'm giving up pick number 2.
Because what does it do when you go up to get one of those quarterbacks that they're going to have to wait 2 or 3 years to know if they're trash? You know, it's not like one of those slam dunk quarterbacks. So I think it would be.
I don't disagree with you, Eric. I just don't know if the Bengals would be willing to trade with the Steelers. Is what I'm saying.
I don't think someone would be coming up for a quarterback at this point. I think they'd be coming up for one of these other guys that weren't expected to be there.
Does anybody have 2 first-round picks?
No. This is the only draft in a long time that everybody came in with their own first-round pick.
Okay. Hey, did you guys already talk about Will Johnson? Would you guys be pissed if they drafted him?
I would be pissed.
I would not be pissed. I'd be okay with it.
I would be pissed. I would be pissed.
Yeah. The 3 guys that I would be okay with are still on the board: Jihad Campbell, Walter Nolan, Will Johnson. I'd even be okay with Mike Green too. So 4.
So let me ask you, Will Johnson. Again, I'm just being devil's advocate here. Will Johnson or Stewart?
Will Johnson, are you serious?
Will Johnson.
Look at Kennedy sleeping.
Will Johnson.
Got another super
Wait, hold
chat
on.
here
Wait, do
from.
you like Shamar Stewart?
Who, me?
Yes.
No, he doesn't.
No, I don't like. That's why I just picked those two. I don't want either one of them. I don't like either one of those guys. If the
So
Bengals,
you're like a would you rather slam your hand in the door
Yeah.
or
What I'm saying
get
is,
punched in the face type
if the
thing here?
Bengals draft
Right,
one of those
slam
two
your hand
guys,
or your nuts in the door. Which one?
if the Bengals draft one of those two guys, I'm gonna go take a walk.
So we got another super chat before we get into from
Man,
Andrew
Will
saying
Johnson,
that
you really hate Will Johnson?
At 17,
He was supposed to be like a top 10 pick.
Ace, Jihad Campbell and Walter Nolan are sitting there. You think I want Will Johnson?
we don't know what you're
I would
smoking
take Will
tonight.
Johnson. I don't understand why people are out on Will Johnson now. Like, is it?
I
because
don't
he didn't
understand why you
test?
hate our corners, bro. Like
Is
you
it-
don't like DJ
No.
Ivy. You don't like none of them.
DTP gave up 700 yards last year,
You don't
guys.
like
Hey.
DJ Ivy. You don't like
No,
Newton.
not in man coverage. No, absolutely
I like
not.
those guys.
Hey, DJ Turner looking smooth coming off that injury. Did you see that?
I like all of them
You
corners.
better look smooth in man
I don't
coverage.
I don't
'cause his
love
PFF
them.
grade was in the 40s.
I don't
man.
We're on
think
the
I don't
clock. We're on the clock. We're on the clock.
Who'd the Cardinals take?
Let's get it. Who did the Cardinals get?
They said the pick is in, so we're technically on the clock
No,
now.
I think
No, that was
We're not
the
on the
Cardinals
clock.
are on the pick. That was the other one. They're still
It
behind.
sounded
Hey guys,
good. It sounds good.
before we roll, we got the super chat here from Andrew saying the Eagles are the ideal team to trade back with. I don't know if I want to go all the way back to 32. Are any of you guys down for going that far back?
Hell no.
No, I don't want to go 32.
I'll go to the 20s though.
If they give us a
Arizona
first next
take
year and then
Shamar
first the
Stewart.
next.
Please take Shamar Stewart, dog. Please.
I think you know what's so crazy. I'm gonna tell you what messed them up.
Ace is panicking.
Please
I'm gonna tell
take
you what
Shamar
messed them up.
Stewart,
The
dog.
Cardinals was going to take an offensive lineman, but now that all of them are gone, like the Banks one cooked them. So I don't know what they're about to do.
Yeah, we're sitting here. We've talked about this for a month or two, and we are sitting here at the ideal position. No mock drafts really had this type of board for us. We gotta be excited, and everybody's got to be a little worried that we're gonna Bengal this.
You
This
cannot
will.
Bengal this, bro. Not this way, bro. No, we're not gonna say that. They're not doing it, bro. We're not
Yeah.
speaking.
Well, no, we're gonna change that Bengal to a great move. This is gonna be the
What if it's
Joe
Derek
Burrow
Harmon?
home run.
What if it's Derek Harmon, yo? What are y'all gonna do if it's Derek Harmon?
No,
Well,
listen.
We got a
Listen.
super chat here from Fuzzy saying Will Johnson or Derek Harmon. Thanks, Fuzzy.
Derek Harmon.
Derek Harmon.
Oh
Are
yeah.
y'all good with Derek Harmon right now?
I'm good. I'm better with Derek Harmon than Will Johnson, 1,000%.
No. I'm saying over Walter Nolan, over
Hell
Jihad
no.
Campbell, over
No. I like Harmon over Stewart, and I like Harmon over Johnson.
Over Johnson, yeah.
I ain't
Same.
gonna lie, I am getting nervous, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm feeling I'm hurting right now. I'm
Bro,
not gonna lie.
you give us a defensive front, or you give me a competent linebacker core that cuts off the middle of the field. I'm not tripping off of them corners, bro. Like Ivy.
Oh
Newton.
shit!
What do you got?
Don't do that, Ricky. Hold on. Look at Ricky Twitter, Zim. Don't tell me like he said missed it by a few picks. What does that mean?
Huh?
What?
Man, come on, man. Oh.
Hey,
I thought you just seen some Bengal news. I was like, bro, come on.
It could be Bengal news. He's saying he missed it by a couple picks.
Hey, listen. Let me just throw this out here. There's got to be a reason why Will Johnson is falling, right? I mean, again, I think Zim makes a very good point here, gentlemen. The number one corner in the draft does not fall this far.
The Bengals are on the clock. Who was the
Leon Hall fell 20 spots.
Bro, I swear
they haven't
when Ace
announced
did
the
that,
pick
bro.
yet.
You just
But
messed me.
Leon Hall was
thought
the
that we
number
just
one
drafted
corner.
Walter Nolan,
Is it
bro.
Walter Nolan?
Nobody has said yet that I've seen.
They said that the pick is already in for Arizona. They said the Bengals are on the clock.
But when you did that just now, I thought
Yeah,
you were
God
saying
damn it, bro. No. No, they took Walter Nolan.
Oh,
No. Bro, I told you, Ricky was saying, like, he was like, I missed it by a couple picks. So I'm like, is he saying the Bengals are about to get Walter Nolan?
but that means Jihad is right there for us.
Oh my God.
Hey, listen.
I literally tweeted that out earlier today. I said it would suck balls.
Hey, listen. Paul Daner.
Oh my
Paul
God,
Daner just tweeted. Paul Daner just tweeted the Bengals are hunting for picks. Now that there's a ton of defensive options on the table, we could see it, guys. We could see the Bengals moving back here.
Fuck, bro.
Give me Jihad. They're not. They don't want Jihad. I know it. They don't want him. They don't want him.
Golly, bro. Not like this,
we came so close to Walter Nolan. I think they would have took Walter Nolan too.
Oh boy.
Well, we knew that not everybody was going to make it to us. It's kind of a surprise Walter Nolan was mocked. I guess it shows that Jake's mock was way off because he picked Walter Nolan at like 49.
He was there. I don't know what you want me to tell you. That's not my fault.
Bro, just take him, Bengals. Just take him.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with it. Come back in a second and get your offensive lineman. Take Campbell.
Bro, just give me.
Hey, Trags just said with Walter Nolan off the board, the Bengals with Stewart, Green, and Campbell sitting there.
I see that. I just saw that. I don't want Stewart, bro.
All right, Bengals fans, we're going to try and not get quiet here.
Somebody said in a super chat, I don't know if you read that one, Pete Crawley said, Nolan's gone. Trade back.
God damn it, bro.
We came so close to Walter Nolan. Come on, Campbell. Listen,
this is so special that they got a rocket launching right when the Bengals are about to pick here in Florida. This is how important this is to not just Cincinnati, but to the world.
Bro, we don't need him. We need. I don't think they're going to like Jihad. I don't think they will want him. It just goes against their principles.
Bro.
It goes against the principles of drafting a linebacker in the first.
Oh
yeah.
And all the good offensive linemen that they probably would have took outside of Zabel or whatever are gone. Remember, Bengals did take Simmons with pick 17.
Yeah. Well, remember that was the Takeo Spikes Brian Simmons draft.
Mm-hmm.
But a totally different staff, you know.
Do it. Or give me Mike Green at least. Give me Mike Green or Jihad, bro.
Everybody, there's a lot of people talking about trading down.
Just no
anything official being reported?
Nothing official yet. We'll go breaking news once I see it.
Hey, look, and there's another thing. When y'all go with the crazy reaction, just say it like how Jake just said. Don't be like, oh no, like just say what it is, bro.
Just say what it is. I don't want to hear all the Jake's gonna be pissed.
Dude basically was tipping that it was Walter Nolan. He was like, I was a few picks off.
But when you did that, I thought you were saying the Bengals picked Walter Nolan.
I thought I didn't know who he was saying. I knew it was gonna be in the next couple of picks. That's why I was like, bro, it's Walter Nolan.
I think they are trying to trade.
They're probably trying to trade. If they're on the clock for a long time,
they're using their full time. They're using their full time.
They're trying to get out of that pick.
Who's trying to trade down?
The Bengals are.
No, I know, but
trying to trade up.
You mean trade up?
Yes,
they don't, bro.
Steelers want to come up and come get them.
Look at Ace. He's about to
I'm
crash
so
out.
tired of them not getting their guys, bro. Stop waiting for somebody to drop to you. It's not gonna work.
Everybody's saying pick his in.
Pick his in.
Honestly, at this point, you should just take Jihad Campbell. Like,
you're damn right you should. You should have took him at the very beginning. He's better than Walter Nolan.
Oh my god.
Ooh. Pick it in, so that means there's no trade down.
Dropped the F-bomb. Pick is in.
That's still not it.
Pick is in.
Commercials.
Of course, they go to commercial when the Bengals pick is in. They hate
Bro, they
us.
better not. Yeah, dog. They
They
better.
knew that the Cincinnati
Somebody
network would
said,
be out here to
wow.
break this.
Dart. Somebody said dart.
Hey, the pick is in. Do you want to know what it is?
Hold on.
I see it.
My life.
Go ahead, Jake.
It's Shamar Stewart.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! All right, bro. I'm gonna be back, bro. I'll be back.
What the fuck? Come on.
That's good. We got Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, you're right.
That I mean that is I don't even know what to say.
Yeah.
Where did you get it from? I haven't seen it yet.
It's all over. It's all over Twitter.
Look, I haven't seen it yet.
I mean, everybody's posting that. Look.
Oh my God, that might.
Well, the Bengals select Shamar Stewart. That's one guy that we didn't want.
The crazy thing is, Ace tweeted out the guy that's always right every year about certain picks. I tweeted out that this is the worst case scenario. Literally 8 hours ago, Walter Nolan goes at pick 16, and then the Bengals draft Shamar Stewart at 17. The Bengals bungled it.
At least he's got a nice bod, man. Guess he's built like a Greek god.
He's built like a mon.
This is heavy level coping right here, man.
Listen,
I will say this: when Mims got picked last year, I wanted Brian Thomas, at the time because I was unsure.
so
I don't know.
what do you guys think this means for the Trey Hendrickson talks? Do we go this route because they're not going well?
Okay, I got the B stuff, all right? Guys, I got the B stuff, all right? Strengths, rare athletic balance and fluidity for 285 pounds, explosive off the ball with flexibility to turn the corner, uses long arms and natural power to stab and separate. Rangy player, doesn't labor in transition, allowing him to chase down any ball carrier. Smart contain, sets the edge hard, surprise pulling blocker in ball carriers, surprises pulling blockers and ball carriers. Versatile skill set, super athlete. Weakness,
Jake, will you turn it up?
struggles to break down, move the moves, and he can get caught upright. Basement level sack production, 4.5 sacks and 680 career pass snaps. He just hasn't finished.
I want to hear what they have to say about him.
Okay, this is going to.
So we can't have it too loud, Jake, because we can't get copyrighted on the having to go over the air.
I'm muting this. I'm muting.
Why did the Bengals do this, bro?
Had a few super chats that came in while we were crashing out, and I think we're still crashing out, so I'll go ahead and read those. P. Crawley says he didn't trust the medical stuff with Jihad. Maybe the Bengals felt the same. Thanks for the super chat, P. Rowe saying Ace is sick as a AF. Yeah, it kind of feels how we all feel right now. Hopefully this turns out similar to the Mims pick with Jake crashing out last year. Maybe maybe ends up being great. And then Andrew, thanks Andrew for another super chat. Maybe that Gold in the new DC has a plan for Stewart. I sure hope that he's in love with this pick and this was a golden pick because he's going to have to turn him into something magical.
Jesus. 4.5 sacks in 37 games, bro.
Yeah. I mean, that's some production right there. What is it just his intangibles that had him ranked so high? Is that why Zim, you're muted.
Duke Tobin had those comments where he was talking about those traits and stuff like that. I want production, bro. Like I want production. Like I would have rather Mike Green, give me Pearce. Bro, there's like, bro, you could have gave me Malachi Starks. Like you had the option to go get the very best safety on the board. You know, and then to have Walter Nolan go right in your face. That's disgusting.
And why not take Mike Green if you're looking for?
Though the crazy thing about it is when Banks came off the board so early, and then some of those other offensive linemen came off the board, I said, "Oh, the Cardinals." I immediately thought of the Cardinals. I said they need offensive line bad, but once all the good ones were taken up, I was like, man, I knew that they would have to come back and take the best available at that point because for them, they had to get offensive line. Shamar Stewart does nothing different to excel over. Like, you literally just got Myles Murphy. Like, what are they going to – the Myles Murphy snaps, are we about to do that again? Like, like Mike Green. So somebody – I read most of the comments I think share our same sentiment. But Mike Green is a specialist that on the opposite side, he just would have been playing third down. He's pretty decent in the run. He's a little undersized. You could say 248 or whatever. But I think he could have worked it out. But at least early on, 400, 500 snaps, you could justify Mike Green on the edge and say, okay, that's the guy. And that's our NASCAR package. The Shamar Stewart one, what is his strength? It's stopping the run, discipline, all these different things like that, right? Who does that sound like? Myles Murphy. Sam Hubbard.
Well, and that's the big thing is
Myles Murphy is the replacement for Sam Hubbard, right? So why would I need two? And then also, that's I guess we're assuming now. It makes me feel like maybe Trey Hendrickson.
I say that? Hey, real quick. Jake brought up a good point.
From what I've heard, this guy sounds like Michael Johnson.
Yeah. Hey, just reading up some combine stuff on him. He's a 9.5 inch, almost 10-inch hands, 34.5-inch arms, 84 wingspan, 4.59 40. I don't understand why the guy can't get sacks. You know, like Mel Kiper just said. 4.5 sacks in his whole career.
Hey, the Seahawks just took the North Dakota State offensive lineman.
Okay. Yeah. So this is kind of we asked this before, Zim. I don't know if you were on there, but we asked one of the worst things that we'd want them to do at 17, and this really feels like it because this is another one of those picks where you take a guy that doesn't have the production. You want, for me, my first round pick, I want him to come in there, he's a starter, or he's going to immediately challenge. Now you've got Myles Murphy sitting there, you've got Osai sitting there, and you bring this guy in, and he's going to have to go compete with snaps with Myles Murphy. Let's just kind of shoot yourself in the foot. One, you don't know if he can go win that job. And two, now you're basically throwing out Myles Murphy. Unless you have really bad Trey Hendrickson news for us and you expect to trade him tonight, you're saying that Myles Murphy is just what? We're just gonna take a flyer on him. We screwed that one up as well because this guy's gonna take his snaps. I don't know.
I hate this pick, bro. I'm sorry. I hate this pick, bro. I absolutely hate it. I hope that the kid works out. You know, I hope that he ends up having a great career, but you're talking about a guy that had 3 career sacks in all of college, and that's who you picked. Like, with you needing to have production on the defensive line, if Trey Hendrickson, like, you better extend Trey Hendrickson tomorrow, my guy, because you're talking about somebody
that's what
like
messes it up. They're not.
Shamar Stewart. Like, bro, we don't have time to wait for him to develop. Like, bro, like,
I think that's the point, right? Is that this is a guy who, again, guys, he's a freak. He's probably the freakiest player in this draft when it comes to athleticism and size. But we don't have time for that. We don't have time to have developmental players. I think that's that's the problem here at 17 is it makes no sense taking a developmental player at 17. That makes no sense to me. I'm not saying this guy's not going to be a good football player, but I just don't understand getting a developmental guy at 17. I don't know. He could come out and have 15 sacks next year, and I'm wrong, but I don't know, guys. I just Jihad Campbell sitting there, and I know the labrum thing is probably scary to a lot of people, but man, oh man.
When you have the measurables, you saw. I read his weaknesses, strengths. When you have those measurables, how do you have 4.5 sacks in your whole career?
Yeah,
I mean, there's something missing there, man. There's something missing. I want to be wrong. I want him to have 15 sacks here, and I'll gladly come back and say I was wrong. But man, that's a hell of a sample size playing at a major college.
The Bengals are not good at drafting, bro. Like if it's not a top 5 pick, if it's a middle of the round kind of thing, they just are out of their depth when it comes to that, bro. Like to be in this situation and to make that pick with the options that you had on the board, it makes sense if you have like some kind of development plan. It does not make sense to make this move when you're in a Super Bowl window, bro. I just don't understand it.
Well, I do think if Walter Nolan's sitting there, I think
they draft him. I think they draft him. I think they draft him. I do. I will say this. You made a good point just now, Ace, about like when you would draft a Shamar Stewart. To me, it would be if you had a lot of picks and then you're just stacking it up with different elements that you're just like, I want to stack this up. I want to have more run different. But we, like to your point, we just don't have time for that. We don't have time to do a Miles Murphy situation again where we're like, okay, this guy doesn't have the pass rush moves, but I think he could develop. Like, we don't got time for that, bro. I'm so like, this is the Joe Burrow era, and they are just fumbling it, bro. They're fumbling it.
Oh God, bro.
Well, so let me ask you guys this, because I think this is worth talking about. Does this set up? I don't even want to say this because it would be horrible, but does this set up Trey Hendrickson getting moved and somewhere in this draft? I mean, does that set this up?
Unless you're gonna give me another first round pick, bro, like no, it does. Like I don't want to be negative. I'm not really a negative person. I feel like I'm more of a realist. I try to be balanced out, not too overly positive, not too overly negative. It's a horrible pick, bro. The reason why it's a horrible pick is this guy's not ready to start day one. Like, I don't know if he can start over Joseph Osai. I don't know if he can start over Miles Murphy. He's definitely not starting over Trey Hendrickson. But if Trey Hendrickson is gone, which all indications have been, like, now this gives to me, like, I think the Bengals think like, oh yeah, we have leverage on you now. Everybody knows Shamar Stewart is not a ready product to jump on the field. So it's a situation very similar to like the Cedric Ogbuehi situation and the Jake Fisher situation, where you've got a guy that they're supposed to be replacing, but they're not ready to replace him right now. So for me, like, I don't know, bro. I think your pass rush just got worse if Trey Hendrickson leaves the building and this is your plan. I just don't see Shamar Stewart, and I would love to be wrong. I just don't see him stepping on the field day one and somehow in the NFL becoming an elite pass rusher after he only had 3 career sacks in a place where he had plenty of help in the SEC with plenty of good players. He's now coming into an edge room that is one of the worst edge rooms in the NFL. Like, we don't have a strong defensive line. That's why we've been talking about edge and defensive tackle this whole time, because we don't have that. So it's not like he's stepping into a room where he has a strong supporting cast and has room to grow. This is not a good situation for them to do this in terms of the window that they're in right now. The Super Bowl window is right now. There are so many other guys. Like, you guys already know, I would have been good with Jihad Campbell, because that would have at least made sense. He can get on the field, make an impact immediately, make the defense better immediately. them dapping each other up and doing high fives for Shamar Stewart is like, where is the disconnect, bro? Where is the disconnect there for this team? Because you could have taken Mike Green, you could have taken Derek Harmon, you could have taken Will Johnson, you could have taken Josh Connerly and played him at guard, you could have taken Ezra Raku and moved back, you could have taken Jihad Campbell, you could have taken Emmett Worry, and they all would have had more impact than this guy.
Oh, Kenzie just put on there that Al Golden's speaking on Shamar right now. By the way, the Buccaneers just told us to hold our beer. They just took Ohio State wide receiver Egabuke, which
Egabuke. So I think that the Bengals must have gotten enamored with the RAS score, Shamar Stewart relative athletic score of 10, and then there's another graphic out here comparing him to Myles Garrett. He's 1 inch taller, only 5 pounds lighter than Myles Garrett. His arms are just a little bit shorter than Myles Garrett. He's faster in all the measurables, and he can jump almost as high. So I think the Bengals got caught up in that. Some of the quotes from Zach. Zach did say that the pick doesn't speak to anything about what their plans are for Trey Hendrickson. So either these being true or trying not to tip his hand on that. Quote from Golden: he could set the edge in this division. He's a guy who makes plays in the second level and the perimeter. His physical traits are elite. He's got, let's see. His style play is awesome. He loves the way he finishes. He can't wait to get him here. Zach Taylor, let's see. He's a tremendous athlete. The quarterback has to be aware of him. There's confidence, competitiveness. He's earned everything he's gotten in his life. So they're all in. This is their guy. Let's hope they're right for once, because it's they've missed on a lot of these plays.
You know what, guy? If you already talked about it, his athletic score was a perfect 10.
Yeah, I just dropped that.
You said that. So that's what enamored the Bengals. He's built like Myles Garrett. He looks, he is just, they fell in love with that. Okay. And I'm sorry, production matters. Production matters, period. It matters. It matters.
It does matter.
And that's what upsets me. Guys, I want you guys to come after me and flame me when he gets 15 sacks next year. Mon was wrong. I'll gladly admit I was wrong. 4.5 career sacks. 4.5.
Yeah. So, hey, we got some super chats here. Let's go ahead and get to them real quick. Ben says, Jake can't make fun of the Browns now. Yeah, unfortunately, that's we'll see how that goes.
Oh no, I can still make fun of the Browns, Ben. Yeah. It's very easy. It's very easy.
Just make fun back.
It's very easy to do.
Moving on, Fuzzy said Stewart is Miles Murphy without the discipline and the work ethic. Hope that he's wrong on that. We'll see. Nandan says, thanks, Nandan, that we still have 5 picks left. That's disappointing to me, because sitting right there, if you're not going to take Campbell, you should have been trading back. Even if you picked up a 5th, I don't care. Pick up something, because it was staring you in the face. And Diddy says, thanks, Diddy. I'd be less heartbroken now if we drafted Shedeur Sanders. I'm not on board with Shedeur for backup.
Hampton over.
Ashanti said, no, I would have been happier with Gray Zabel there. I don't think we would have crashed out on that, because plug and play starter at guard. But Ashanti, they drafted another project. What are we doing? What are they doing? And Mike says, first round pick for a guy who was not productive in college. What makes them think he can come in and make a difference instantly? It's a great point. This is another one of those Bengals things where they think that they are the Mr. Miyagi of players, and they can take a guy and turn him into something that he's not. They can mold that clay.
The crazy thing is, when Mon's son just was saying, well, he's like, Michael Johnson, I don't know if that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they're trying to recalibrate the same exact system over and over and over again. Like, Dunlap is kind of in that mode. Marcus Hunt is kind of like in that mode. You know what I'm saying? They're doing the same thing. And then when you talk to people that are involved in the game of football, they're like coaches. Like, I talked to Kyle Kasky. He's like, bro, we went up against Mike Green. Like, you can't stop him. You know what I mean? Like, they're so unwilling to not change and say, what if we added a piece like this to our system? What if we, you know what I mean? Like they're so stuck in this archaic view of what they used to be. Some of it works because think about it. Well, wide receivers, like they don't care. They're gonna always go get 3, right? And I'm with that. I like that about them. But some of the other principles that they have in place that just don't make sense in 2025 to me.
Well, it makes sense to the Bengals in 1998, and sometimes they're still living in 1998. You know, it seems like that's where we're at right now.
Well, I know we've all said this. But I do think that, you know, if this was a pick where the Bengals had multiple picks, I don't think this is a bad pick. But with having only 6 picks, it just doesn't make any sense. Again, I think if we're talking about a different situation and you want to go out and get this crazy freak of nature, which he is, and you feel like you have time to develop them, but we really need somebody to make an impact right now. I think we've all said
I'm
that.
sorry to sound like a broken record. I know I already said it, but we need instant production from our 2025 draft class. Instant production. And I don't see him giving us significant production in 2025. I think he's going to be a work in progress. He's going to look good in uniform.
The only thing that's making me feel a little bit better about the pick is watching Jahad Campbell not get picked. So clearly the medicals are not clear because nobody would pass on talent like that at that point. Like the Bucs, he would have never got past the Bucs.
Yep.
Who? Oh yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna tell you my
good point.
one of my Bucks friends, he is he's crashing out right now. He wanted Jahad Campbell as well. And you know, I think there's definitely something going on with Jahad's shoulder. Again, a labrum injury it's scary, especially for that position, especially for a guy that's going to be, you know, using those shoulders quite a bit. But you know, there must be something going on with the medical stuff with Jahad Campbell.
The Browns at 20 select Jahdae Barron.
The Browns or the Broncos?
The Broncos.
You got Browns on the brain right now, Eric. All right, so what who do they take, Eric?
Jahdae Barron. So the Steelers are now on the clock. Do they go with Shador? Do they go with Dart? Do they go and guys? Do I even say it? What if they go with Campbell here? How sick would that make you?
I would not be happy about it. I would not
that's
be happy about
worst case scenario. We talked about this worst case scenario if he ends up with the Steelers or the Ravens.
Yeah,
I feel like Shador and his dad just purposely like just squandered, like they're going to go where they want to go. He probably had a conversation with Tomlin, like I don't know. He's going to go where he wants to go.
Wouldn't that be crazy? I mean, wouldn't that be crazy if they were able to pull that off? You know, that would just be nuts.
I mean, if you think about it, all he has to do is go in there and bomb all the interviews directly with the teams that he doesn't want to go to. Yeah. And then go nail the ones for the team that he does want to go to, and literally laser focus in on those teams. He probably said, "I got 4 destinations I'll go to." He probably killed it. His dad wanted him to go to the Saints. The Saints just didn't like him. His dad wanted him to go to the Steelers as well. They're about to come up on the clock, right? Where are we at? What pick are we at?
Steelers are on the clock. Steelers are on the clock.
Yeah. After the Shamar Stewart pick, I blacked out. I don't even know where I'm at right now. I don't even know what city.
That's fine.
So we could catch everybody up after the Shamar Stewart. The Bengals took Shamar Stewart. The Seahawks followed with Gray Zabel, a guard out of North Dakota State. The Buccaneers took Emeka Egbuka, and the Broncos take Jahdae Barron, cornerback, Texas.
Now. I needed to laugh. I needed that laugh, Jim. Thank you.
It's not. I don't think he was joking.
The draft just ended at pick 17.
It kind of has, hasn't it?
Man, you know what? I'm throwing Dolly away. She messed up this draft.
Hey, don't throw away. My daughter would love to have that cardboard cutout.
You know what's pissing me off? They got you all dressed up with that nice ass jacket too, man. And then they're like, yeah, here's Shamar Stewart. It's like going to like a cigar bar and then someone handing you like a whiteout blunt or something like
All
that.
right. Oh, the news is in. The Steelers select Derek Harmon.
Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh my God, bro!
You can't make this up, bro.
You can't, bro. You really can't.
So now they got Derek Harmon next to Cam Hayward and TJ Watt. Like, come on, bro. Why does this keep on happening to us, dog? Why do people make stuff so difficult?
Oh my God, bro.
We should have got Will Johnson. Hey, Mike, super chat from Mike Wayne. He said, we need guys that can start day one and make an impact on this team. Will Johnson and Malachi Starks are all still on the board. Jack Sawyer, too. Jack Sawyer, you had me in the first, second, third quarter. You lost me in the fourth, but I appreciate the super chat.
Man.
Oh.
Somebody said, bro, you saying trade Train. So then our pass rush only way. Now I will tell you this: if they can figure out a way to go get Mike Green or Pearce, because remember the Bengals are one of the teams that said that they did not mind Pearce or Mike Green. Ace, you know that the dude that you said they always gets it right. You know he literally said that the Bengals were going to select Shamar.
He did.
And
he did.
I tweeted that out and I said, this is the worst case scenario. I was like, this would be balls. And that literally happened. That's crazy, bro.
Maybe that's Zach Taylor's burner.
Didn't he have Walter Nolan going right before?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. He had Carton. He had exactly what happened.
He had that exact.
Go look at my tweet. I took that part of the tweet. I said, bro, like this will be a nightmare.
Oh my.
But remember, if y'all are listening to the Wincinnati pod like you guys should often, remember we had insider Tony Pauline on here, and he said Jihad Campbell was a back of the first round level talent. He thought it would be a reach. He said that there are going to be edge rushers and pass rushers that the Bengals are probably not going to be able to pass up on when I asked him about Jihad Campbell. He also talked about the Trey Hendrickson likelihood of being traded. So that's a good episode for everybody to check out too, because so far he's been very accurate on the landscape of this draft.
Man, I'm sick, bro. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm sick, bro. Man.
That's a weird number on that super chat. Shout out to Anthony Quintero. He donated $6.60. I'm going to pass that part. It screwed the draft. We need a whole new front office. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Or let the back office start doing the work. Jesus.
Bro. I don't know what's up with the evaluation. I get it. I think that they're trying to get more athletic, bro, but you need the production. And I think the further and further they get away from production and kind of going with just straight up athletes, the more volatile the stock is for these players to end up being good, bro. I don't know, bro. I'm kind of speechless with what they just did there. Let's kind of shift to round 2, I guess. Where do you guys think they go round 2 in terms of what position they attack in round 2?
Well, to add on to that, like we took an edge, which wasn't a huge position of need. We didn't take a guard. We didn't take a defensive tackle. We didn't take a linebacker. We didn't take a safety. So maybe we go around and see, to me, you're still forced to go O-line in round 2, but you still have a lot of needs. Mon, you want to chime in first?
Yeah, I still think, BPA from either cornerback, safety, defensive line, or offensive line. For those 4 spots, highest ranked player, you got to take him. Watts would be good from Notre Dame. I'm telling you right now, I've heard this from multiple people. The Bengals brought him in twice for a workout. Wyatt Millam, the offensive lineman from West Virginia, round 2 or round 3 is going to be a Bengal.
You don't think that To me, don't you think cornerback is off the board now? You didn't take him in the first. You have so many needs. To me, it's got to be off the board. Then where do you think they go in the second?
I think they need an extra pick, bro. I really do. I really think they need to focus on guard. I would just take the kid. I'm higher on Jonah Savanaya than Tate Ratledge. I think in a pass, he's coming from a passing system. I think he fits the scheme better. Me and Ace had an episode. He was like, "Hey, look, if you want a guard, go get a guard." I'm at that point when I get to the second round, but at the same time, I think a guy like a Carson Swessinger, he might be there. Maybe the Bengals know more about Pratt than what I do. It seems like he's not going to be there, so I just feel like there's a void right there. It's so many different directions. Like the cornerback from Florida State, I like a lot. In the second round, I think there's going to be a lot of guys that we really like. I think the mocks have shown us, like especially like Kenneth Grant going, and some of these other guys that went, like Booker going, is showing us that a lot of guys that we really, really like are going to be there in the second round. And I think it'd be prime opportunity to trade back, go get an extra 4th round pick.
Ace?
Yeah, I think now you kind of put yourself into the territory of needing to move back. I always felt like the second round was a good round for the Bengals to move back. Historically, they've done that. I think when it comes to corner, you have to hope and see what happens with Maxwell Hairston and Will Johnson if they fall. I know another guy that some people like is Trey Amos as well. When that run will happen on the corners, I think it happens before the Bengals pick at 49. I think you try to move back, stack some picks. I think that's when you start to look at possibly the guard position. So I think you start to look at some of the guys that may be there, whether it's Ratledge. I think you're out on edge now, so I don't think that you're looking at a Jack Sawyer. I don't think you're looking at a JT. I don't think any of those guys. I think edge is off the board now. I don't think you're looking at a Landon Jackson or anything like that. I think you're looking at some of the other aspects. So, Zabel already went. So if that's Connerly, unless he goes tonight, if that's, safety with Xavier Watts, if that's Nick Manwari, if he's still there tomorrow, I think you kind of look at that. It'd be interesting to see if they're looking at running back as well, because a lot of people talk about running back. We haven't seen that many go thus far. But yeah, we'll have to see what ends up happening tomorrow. I think you could possibly see D tackle as well. Kind of talk about some of those guys. They still need that 3-tech, right? So whether that's TJ Sanders, whether that's some of the guys that they have out there, Tyleek Williams, whoever it is that they decide to go, I think maybe they address that tomorrow on day 2. But the pick is what it is now.
Yeah.
We just got to see what the rest of the plan is.
Yeah, and let me make this clear too on my end. I'm not saying that Shamar Stewart is a terrible athlete and he has no chance. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I feel like there were more impactful players on the board that I think can help us with some stuff right now. That doesn't mean that he's going to fail. It doesn't mean like any of these other things. I did want to read a couple of the super chats. Did you already read this one right here, Eric?
No, go for it.
So KP from KC, shout out to you. He said, bro, no, what the F are we doing? We don't know. He then came back and said, if he is Jadeveon Clowney, are we happy? I'll let you guys answer that. I'll answer that. But this is one I wanted to make sure I read. If you are watching us right now on Wincinnati Pod, make sure you give us a like. After the video, make sure you comment as well. Make sure you send the link to other people. Let them know that we do this all the time. Jake and Mon and Eric, they do a show on here, Bengals Pulse. If you've only watched the Wincinnati show with me and Ace, please make sure we need the viewership on here, because there are not that many people at the top of the food chain that retweet the underdogs. We're super independent and we're doing it for the folks. We're doing it for the people. This one right here, Anthony Quintero, super chat. Zim, will you take a shot with me? You look like you need one. 1,000%. I will take a shot with you right now. If you are doing your sobriety right now and you don't want to drink any alcohol, I'm 1,000% with you too. You can take a shot of water, take a shot of apple juice. I got my son Uzi over here. He's like watching all of this stuff. He might take some apple juice or something like that too. But for me, I'm gonna take a little bit of this here, right here. This is my boy named Pat Ron, and I'm gonna get a good old Bengal shot going right now. So.
I got the Bengals fireball, but it's in the other room, so we'll have to wait till later. Save that for the second round when we knock it out of the park.
All right, so it's a full shot. If I could zoom in on it, this is filled to the brim. This one's for you, Shamar Stewart. Go kill it as a Bengal. Go do something special, whatever. And Bengals, go do something special in the rest of this draft. Salud. All right.
So,
Now tell us how you really feel.
if you guys already covered this, Charlie Goldsmith, that Shamar Stewart did not meet with the Bengals and was not part of their 30, one of the 30 allocated visits. So I found that interesting.
Yeah, because isn't it like 98% of the time it comes from those visits?
Well, again, I think Mon hit it. The Bengals fell in love with this RAS score. I mean, you don't see too many 10.0s when it comes to the RAS score. Again, the guy has got all the qualities you would look for, except for the production, which again is very scary. It sounds like he came out and said, "Well, I led the team in pressures," that sort of thing. Well, we already have that, and I know we've talked about that. His vertical is pretty elite. I mean, 40-inch vertical, almost an 11-foot broad jump, which is crazy. 4.5. The guy ran a 4.5. He's 6'5", 270 pounds. Again, I don't think there's any issue with his athleticism, but it's just the production. I mean, we keep coming back to that. It's scary when you see a guy that just does not have production over a 3-year span. You just wonder why he's not finishing plays. So,
well, and I think that's sorry we missed this one, Fuzzy, but Fuzzy had a super chat saying never forget T. Higgins had a 4.16 RAS. Production is key. And really, you can have super athletes and sometimes it translates, but you shouldn't fall in love with the super athletes a la John Ross. You got to have somebody that's producing or try and go in the middle. We're out here one step away from winning the Super Bowl. You want guys that can come in and produce right away, not somebody that you need to teach how to produce. And I mean,
not a surprise here, but the Chargers are taking the running back from North Carolina.
He's good. He's good.
Not a surprise. I mean, they love him.
He's good.
They love running backs for sure.
You know what's so crazy? He's got elements of LT to him. I'm not comparing him to LT, but Harbaugh wanted to run the ball. He found out about the NFL, didn't have the horses to do it. He's got them now. That's a hard run thing to do.
And Solomon Wilcox too. And I love Solomon. One of my favorite Bengals from back in the day. Again, I think this is the other part of it. The Bengals, a guy like Myles Garrett, who absolutely has owned the Bengals. This guy athletically is a spitting image of Myles Garrett. Obviously, I'm not saying this guy is Myles Garrett, but again, I think we're wondering why the Bengals picked this guy. Myles Garrett had a 41-inch vertical. This guy's got a 40-inch. Myles Garrett had a 10.8 broad. This guy had a 10.11 broad. Again, Myles Garrett coming out was the same thing. He was a freak of nature. This guy is a freak of nature, and he's bigger than Myles Garrett. So, again, I'm not saying he's Myles Garrett. I'm just saying I'm trying to figure out why the Bengals went this way, and I think it's because there are a lot of comparisons to a guy like Myles Garrett who has owned the Bengals over time. So again, I'm not saying this guy's Myles Garrett. I'm just saying he had almost the exact same RAS as Myles Garrett.
Cincinnati needs to be careful. We know the Ravens have Matabuke, Travis Jones. The Steelers have Keanu Benton. They got Harmon now. They got Hayward. The Browns have distracted Mason Graham, whatever his name was. we need to shore up that interior offensive line because the teams in our division have a hell of an interior defensive line. And I know let's go back to the question you asked a few minutes ago, Eric. We need to hit that in the second and third round. We need to big time because those boys are coming at us. How are they going to stop Joe Burrow? Pressure up the middle, and we got to counter it. And, guys, I want to be.
I will pivot. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. I'm shook up about the draft pick, and I want to be wrong, guys. I want him to be an all-pro.
All right, now that I got the crash out of me a little bit, hear me out though, fellas. We got Slayton now, who is better against the run, right? You feel good about BJ Hill against the run. You now have enough horses up front to have competency at the very minimum, right? Because even if Trey Hendrickson is in a bad matchup, now you have two run stuffers on both ends if you had to go against the Ravens. Like if you got Shamar Stewart on one side and you got Miles on the other side, then you have two athletic freaks that can run up and down the line of scrimmage. To me, like I said, I'm trying to win the division first. I think the Bengals missing the playoffs 2 years straight is made me come back to a little bit of reality to say the goal is still to win a Super Bowl, but we got to win the division. And last year, when we had all the injuries, you're running out bums like, let me rephrase that. You're running out less than talent like Tufele and guys like that that, shouldn't even be playing, right? I think now we've got it to a spot. We could go look at this, but generally on active on game day, Eric and Mon, how many guys D-line we keep 8 that we play like active on Sundays?
Yeah, 7 to 8.
So we now are in a spot where we have 8 guys of competency that we really like. And then now the floor in the room, like a guy like Cedric Johnson has to fight for his life if he wants to.
Are you muted, Zim?
Yeah, my computer's ass. I have a Shamar Stewart computer. So now let me stop. But now I'm not. I promise you, I'm not being a homer. Like just on some real stuff. I feel like the room itself, though, like if your worst guy is now, Cedric Johnson fighting to be active on Sunday, then that does push the room up a bit. Now, it still doesn't solve the problem that we're looking for impact sacks and pressures. I don't think you're going to get that from Shamar Stewart year one. I just don't. But I do think it gives Trey Hendrickson, if he is there, like which I think he is going to be there. I think I've seen games where Cam Sample, y'all remember when we played the Ravens? It's been almost 2 years ago. They had to take him out because they kept on hitting Trey Hendrickson with wham blocks. And then so on first and second downs, Trey Hendrickson wasn't even able to be on the field. We subbed in Cam Sample. I feel like now we have 2 good run defenders on our edges. And I think that can relieve the linebackers. That can relieve a lot of people as well. And I think we're really good against the run. I really do. I think that's one thing that we solved in the offseason by re-signing BJ Hill, and Slayton got better. And now we just added probably one of the best run defenders in the edge class.
Just looking at the roster right now, just quickly looking at it on my phone, we have room technically for 1 more player. We keep 10 defensive linemen. And honestly, the money we're paying some of these guys already on the roster and who we just drafted, I counted 9.
Yeah.
So really, if they draft a defensive tackle in the next 2 rounds, he's making the team and they're already set. And that's with Cedric Johnson not making it. So it's going to be interesting.
The biggest thing, and this is why we may not be crashing. I mean, we did crash out a little bit. It's because yes, you raise the floor of that position and of that defensive line. Defensive tackle would have given you the same issue with active on game day. But you're in the first effing round of the NFL draft. The goal should not be to raise your floor of a position. Your goal should be to go out and get a guy that can come in and he's starting day 1 or he's starting within 3 weeks because he's that good. He pushes someone out of the job. And we had positions where Walter Nolan, if he was there, or Derek Harmon, if they're there, he was there. He's going to come in and he's instantly starting, or he's your third down pass rushing back. And instead, this is the thing that we hate that the Bengals often do is they grab a guy and he sits for a year. We don't have a year for them to sit. This is the window, especially if you don't have Trey Hendrickson locked up. This is the year. This guy's got to play, and you just went out and said you believed in Osai because you re-signed him. You're putting all these publicity pieces out about how Miles Murphy has gotten fit and he's out there and he's kicking ass. Well, you know what? Now you're going to have to split snaps with this new number 1 draft pick. So where does that put Miles Murphy? Where you draft Campbell, he's your linebacker, and you go and save $8 million by letting Pratt go. It's just very, very frustrating the Bengals go and do that because you can grab starters, but instead they go out and they think they're smarter than everybody and they're going to go grab somebody that raises the floor. We do have some more super chats out here. I'll just throw them out real quick. Luca, no comment, just a super chat. Thanks, Luca. Appreciate it. P. Crawley, I think he took a shot with you, Zim. He says, here's to Shamar. Maybe that's a beer that he's taking a drink of. Fuzzy Ball has another one out here pointing out that Miles Murphy had a 9.71 relative athletic score. So Stewart will suck. That's what he's putting out there. Another one from Luca. Stewart had 31 tackles and 5.5 tackles for loss in 24. He's bullish that Golden coaches him up right. Let's be positive. We all want to be positive. We have to be now, but at the same time, we're going to talk that during the offseason. This is another bet on Golden being the greatest defensive coach out there, and not just Golden, but Jerry Montgomery. There are people throwing out there and saying that Stewart's going to be glued to Hendrickson's hip. He's going to learn from him. You know what? We know Trey Hendrickson is not a mentor, guys. Trey Hendrickson is an animal. But if you've ever gone to a game and you've watched him warmed up, he doesn't talk to anybody. So he may be out there giving him some tips here and there, but Trey is in Trey's world, and even in training camp, Trey is all about just going balls to the wall.
I disagree. Joseph Osai has credited Trey Hendrickson as being his number 1 mentor. They pray together, they get together, and Joseph Osai also, when he re-signed, also said one of the reasons he did it is to come back to be able to play with Trey.
Oh, well, that's interesting because we don't see that a lot. So that's good to know. We need it. He's got to be that, but Duke's got to turn around, and if this guy's relying on Trey to mentor him, Duke's got to get Trey in house.
I'm gonna tell you. I've been a Bengal fan my whole life. One thing, it's a couple of personalities. I used to be one of them too. That was every time the draft would come around, I was looking for offensive weapons, right? And I kind of, and as I got older, I said, man, like it could work. You can make it work. But the older I get too, is also kind of heighten my sense of what it's like to be a team. And I'm not trying to sell anybody any.
No, you're muted.
Yeah. I'm not trying to sell anybody any bullshit. Like on some real stuff, like I do think you need. I don't want it in the first round, but I do think it's very important to note, though, one of the things that you have to do in the NFL is be able to stop the run, like before anything. And I mean, that's at any level of football, right? And I do think that our ends now are some of the best, run defenders, right? And because our fan base is so wide receiver driven, so offensive driven, like currently in the current climate, we're looking like, remember, I was saying I want Jahad Campbell because he's the Jamar Chase of defense, right? Because I'm looking for impact. I want splash. I want all these different things. And we do need that, but you do have to stack up some non-sexy picks in the process too. So he's not going to get the sack production that we want. But I do think we got better defending the run again. I think that
We lost you again.
yeah. I think we made a really conscious effort to stop the run by getting him first round. And if you also pay attention to the money, You're not if you sign Joseph Osai to a 1-year deal, I think it's like $7 million or something like that. You can't afford to come in from a Bengals standpoint or just a GM standpoint. You can't have a rookie come in and take 300-400 of those snaps and just say, we're going to pay Joseph Osai for 300 snaps and give him $7 million. Like, it just doesn't work that way. And when it does work that way, it's like the Eagles with a Howie Roseman, what they did with the kid Huff. Yeah, I know y'all saw that. They paid the dude like $21 million or something. He wasn't cutting it, but they had contingency plans on contingency plans. Even when their linebacker got hurt, but the Bengals are not the Eagles. And so that's one thing. But I will say, you gotta have some guys. And if someone were to go down, a Cam Sample or somebody like that again, or anything like that, you have to have run defenders. I think earlier in this process, I think part of the reason when Ace comes back, he's really down on the corners, and I'm not as down on the corners because I feel like the D line was so bad last year because it was riddled with injuries. I think they made a point to say, even if we get an injury or two, we have guys that are competent to be able to play in those spots. And the guy that we all are that happy about is a really good run stopper, and he's super athletic. Like, that's the bottom of our room, I guess. I don't know.
I've been a proponent. I've been saying corner shouldn't be even thought of in this draft. Maybe an undrafted free agent, but Dax Hill looked like he should have been playing corner for his whole career. He was our best one last year. DJ Turner was playing real well. DJ Ivy came and played real well. For Cam Taylor-Britt, he started to play better once Lou simplified things and let him play free. And I think he's going to flourish in Al Golden's office. I think we're going to see the Cam Taylor-Britt that we thought we were going to see last year. So I think corner should not be talked about at all in this draft, and it definitely shouldn't be talked now. Um, it's just not a need. We're not going to replace those guys. We got one more super chat here from Gary Brewer asking who's behind this pick, Jake Tobin or Al Golden. Jake, was this your pick?
No, Jake Tobin picked Jihad Campbell. No, yeah, this sounds like an Al Golden. I mean, again, guys, we talked about it. I said it on our last show. Al Golden was Duke Tobin was spewing Al Golden's name out his entire presser. I knew it. I knew that this was going to be a defensive heavy draft. They said Al Golden was going to have a big say in who they took. And yes, I think this is an Al Golden pick. 110%. This is an Al Golden pick. I am interested because one of my close friends, college roommate, he works for Westwood One, and he just sent me pictures. He is interviewing Stewart right now. So I'm excited to talk to him and find out what Stewart had to say. But he is there at the draft interviewing Shamar Stewart right now. So it'll be interesting to see what he says.
Interesting post here on X. Every edge rusher in the NFL draft history with a relative athletic score greater than 9.95. Willie McGinnis, Javon Kearse, Mario Williams, Myles Garrett, Trayvon Walker, Rashawn Gary, and Shamar Stewart. I mean, that's pretty damn good company, so maybe it translates. But this is a big Jerry Montgomery thing here.
In pressures, yeah.
I have a question for you guys. Do you all think that this has anything to do with Trey Hendrickson?
Yes.
I don't know if I do. I don't know if I do. I don't. To me, this is a developmental guy. I don't think the Bengals. I don't think this is. This is a development.
Sorry, Jake, you're still going. I got breaking news. The Rams are trading with the Giants, and the Giants are now on the clock.
Oh,
the Giants have traded with the Rams.
The Giants moved back in, so this is a quarterback for the Giants. I don't think this has anything to do with Trey Hendrickson. I don't. I don't think that they are. The Bengals are not thinking this guy is going to come in and replace Trey Hendrickson this year. I think this is a guy that he is what he is. He is a guy that They have to figure out how to coach him up to finish plays. He's not finishing plays. However, you read off that list. This guy is a freak he's a freak. Like I'm telling you guys, when you have a guy that big that moves like that, he's a freak in nature. And I think the Bengals think that they're going to develop him into an elite pass rusher. We'll see.
Okay, so Donovan Jackson, the guard, just went to the Vikings, and Adam Schefter's reporting it's most likely the Giants are most likely going after a quarterback.
So that's your boy Dalton, right? So Dalton's probably not back with the Vikings.
No, you know what? It's going to be Dart.
Can I say too, on the board, you still got Will Johnson, James Pearce, Maxwell Hairston, Jahad Campbell, and Mike Green.
Well, and you guys, I do want to say this. I think this is something that we really didn't talk about. I don't know. I was gone for a couple minutes there, but you look at the edge rush class, right? You look at it, and I know Mike Green had the production, but he had some off the field stuff. Pearce, again, he had some production, but he had off the field stuff. Jahad Campbell, torn labrum. It's a scary injury. The edge rush position there weren't a lot of, I don't think there were a lot of solids there. Again, I'm not agreeing with the Shamar Stewart pick. I'm just saying that the Mike Green pick and the Pearce pick, those are,
It's Dart.
It's Jackson Dart. Yeah, it's Jackson Dart to the Giants. Those two off the field stuff, that stuff, I think people are shying away from it. Mike Green had almost 18 sacks, and he hasn't been picked yet. There's a reason why guys like that fall. There is.
So, on that note, I want to get your thoughts on this. Did Jermaine Burton from last year, did that play into some of why we went with Stewart over some of those other guys?
I think so. I think our fan base has proved I read the comments, bro. I don't interact with a lot of it, but I read it. Like, I just think the pulse of what we are, or Midwest traditions and all these different things like that, they just don't want to have anything to do with any off the field problems anymore. I just think that that's something that they're not interested in. I think the person that used to be okay with that is Mike Brown. And as he's getting older and older, the family just doesn't want to have anything to do with it. And I thought that they failed, like, from a PR standpoint, they failed with Burton. I thought that they put Zach Taylor out there to dry. And I thought that a lot of the things that were happening to Burton, they happened all the time to like all these other teams, but it was just perpetuated to this point where now the fan base doesn't even like Burton. And I think that everybody I think the Bengals pay attention to that because that affects their bottom line as well. I think that they do pay attention to that stuff. And I don't think that they have the infrastructure to do anything about it. I think that there are certain organizations like the Steelers. George Pickens was late for a playoff game. Nobody gives a shit. Like, he played. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for our fan base and how our front office and everything works or whatever, they're not equipped for that. Like, Tomlin would have came up to the press conference and said, yeah, this is who we rolling with. And they would have been like, all right, bet.
I'm muted, Mizen.
As long as they win, they don't care. But the Bengals are not like that. So
and this is my thing too. I was very clear about this from the beginning. I did not want Mike Green. I did not want Pearce. I liked Pearce in the beginning with his athleticism, but when I read more and more about it, I didn't know about the off the field stuff. You can take. I feel like you can take a chance on a guy like Stewart that has all the athleticism in the world. Maybe has to be coached up on finishing plays, but you don't see the off the field stuff. You don't see all that. I feel like you can take a chance on a guy like that before you take a chance with your first overall pick. Your number one, your first round pick, on a guy that's got issues off the field. I feel like you have a better chance of coaching a guy up and fixing a football issue than coaching a guy up and fixing an off the field issue. And so when I say that, again, I'm not saying I love the Stewart pick because I wanted Jihad Campbell. I wanted Walter Nolan. Obviously, he wasn't there. But I like Stewart over Green, and I like Stewart over Pearce because the fact of you can coach up a football issue. You cannot coach up an off the field issue, if that makes sense.
Can I say one thing just a little bit off the whatever? If the Ravens select Jihad or something, I'm just gonna leave out. There's no way I can continue this feed if that were to happen. I just want to be upfront about that. I'll crash out, but I'll just crash out in my bed.
You're just gonna leave me here?
Yeah, Eric, you'll be flying solo if he goes to the Ravens. I'm telling you.
I only have so many words I can use in each day, and you're gonna make me use them all in 20 minutes while you're crashing.
So it looks like, and I don't know if this is right, but it looks like somebody has traded up with the Rams. Mm-hmm. Did I see that right?
Yeah.
Who has traded up with the Rams here at 26?
Falcons, I believe.
The Falcons have traded up. They jumped Baltimore. And this could be Jihad Campbell.
I pray it is.
Let's hope so.
Can you imagine the Falcons getting Jihad Campbell and what's the Georgia kid they just took? The other linebacker. What's his name?
Would they draft two linebackers
from Georgia? What's his name? Mom, what's that guy's name?
Jalen Walker. Or they took an edge. The Falcons took an edge. Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker. Well, he's an edge, but he's an outside linebacker. He's an outside linebacker.
Yeah.
And the pick is in for the Falcons. If they just jump Baltimore for Jihad Campbell, I'm going to root for the Falcons this year.
Listen. We don't have backup teams, but there's somebody on this screen that said way back when the 28-3 happened that was his backup team. So I'm going to call.
This is the trade. The Falcons trade. The Falcons trade a first rounder in 26 to the Rams. They move up
46
and 46
and 242.
And please be Jihad Campbell.
The Ravens are one of the best scouting departments in the
world. No doubt.
And them dropping out of the first round and not taking Jihad Campbell out of it. There's nothing else.
Come on, be Jihad Campbell. Please be Jihad Campbell.
The door isn't even going to go to the
first next year.
How about
the Falcons select James Pearce Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good thing. James Pearce Jr. Wow, Mike Green still falling. Gentlemen.
Jihad Campbell still falling. Bro, the Eagles.
Can you imagine?
Bro, the Ravens right now have an opportunity to go.
The Ravens are stockpiling draft picks next year. Matt Stafford. I think that they're looking ahead.
This will cook me, bro.
Another super chat from Rick saying the Bengals draft boards need to be investigated.
This will cook me if they put this dude next to Roquan Smith, bro.
Oh, if John Campbell's a Raven. Oh no.
They'll cook me because I'll be the only one left on the screen, and we're committed to the whole draft here. Where's Justin? Send Justin
I
in.
think Ravens
I'm
go
not-
corner though. I think Ravens go corner. I know they want
Will
Amos.
Campbell.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried if they get Will Johnson. I really
I
don't
don't
care.
care
about
if they get Will Johnson.
I don't care about the Ravens.
But I think that they do get secondary though. I think they either go Starks, Will Johnson, or Amos.
I would rather them take Will Johnson right now than Jihad Campbell. 100%.
I mean, they are worried about stopping Joe Burrow, Jamar
His-
Chase,
his-
and T. Higgins.
His medicals must be messed up, bro.
Well, listen, man. That again, a torn labrum is not something to mess with.
I mean, it took Mon 3.5 weeks.
If
Now,
you go
Mon-
look at the beast, because Mon just had it out, he got a knee scope in 2023, and everybody, including when I had a convo when Goodberry was on here, he said, "I heard it's more than just a torn labrum," and everybody's concerned about his knee.
Oh, that's crazy.
Did you see a day ago? Him and his agent went and posted a video of Jihad running to try to show people, like, hey, and you're seeing multiple reports of them saying, "Oh, he'll be ready for camp." I think that there's something a little bit more to it now. Now that he's fallen this far, it's got to be something.
Listen, I know Eric and Ace. They give me crap all the time about glazing the Rams front office, but the Rams, what they just did to the Falcons is highway robbery.
Right?
They just got a first round pick next year for Pearce.
That's
That
crazy.
is insane.
And they dropped 20 spots to go back. So they got 2 second-round picks.
They got 2 second-round picks and a first rounder next year.
And with all the edge rushers and the D tackles in there, hell yeah, I would do the same thing. They cook. I'm not giving up a first for James Pierce. When James Pierce
The Rams, I'm telling you, man, the Rams front office.
Don't even leave them alone.
The Rams front office is elite. They are elite.
Break out your Rams jersey.
They're elite. I mean, you cannot say anything different. Look what they do in the mid rounds. It's crazy, dude. They it pisses me off to no avail. They do so well.
I just watched a rep of Shamar Stewart getting cooked by like a quarterback. Like, oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting.
I mean, they just gave up a first round pick for Pearce. That's crazy.
Ooh, you got the ticker at the bottom. Thank you, bro.
Hey, does that
I'm trying to stay up to date with it.
How mad would you guys be if the Bengals if the Bengals turned down that offer?
What, the 2 seconds for that first?
2 seconds for the first and a first rounder next year.
You got to give me more than that at pick 17, though.
Yeah.
Now that's nasty, though. I'll take that, though. Hold on, but that would mean we wouldn't have a first round pick at all this year. See, it's different for the Rams because they were at the back of the first. We were at the middle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'll take 2 seconds. I'm at the back of the first. If I'm in the middle, though, like, and now I don't got a first round pick at all. And they do get a first next year, though. That's kind of crazy.
The Rams are used to not having a first round pick.
Yeah, I can't remember
They had one last year. It was a home run. Jared Verse.
Sorry, I'm nervous about this pick.
Stewart has a 26% missed tackle rate in the 1 percentile.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, again, you know, I stood on the box and said I want a defensive player. I don't know what to say. It's not the defensive player I wanted, but it's we'll see.
Look at Mon. Hey, look, so y'all don't know, like, we're watching this live, but Mon's in the group chat spreading positivity. He's showing good reps in our group chat.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm searching. He looked good at the Senior Bowl. Guys,
so do we have a Jake 2.0 situation where we're crashing out on a Mims and then Stewart, and then we get to camp And then we get a couple of Hobson reports, and it says Stewart can't be blocked.
And then see, I think that's why I didn't crash out like you guys, because I got so much crap. I got so much crap about that. So
I do say
I'm
this.
keeping my mouth shut.
He led Texas A&M in pressures. I know pressures aren't sacks, but pressures are a difference maker. It causes turnovers, causes incompletions. Guess what? If he can do that and get that defense, to get that offense off the field and get Joe the ball back,
Well, and on top of that, not to jump over you, Mon, but what did we have an issue last year? Trey had no help. And if we have somebody on the other side that's collapsing people into Trey sacks could go up or stay up at 17, and he could get some himself.
If you already talked about this, I'm sorry. I'm sort of in a daze. What's this mean about Miles Murphy? What's it mean for him?
Yeah, that's what we were saying.
That's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like, are we doing the same thing that we did with Miles? Because if Trey Hendrickson out there, I'm not taking Trey Hendrickson off the field for any of them, right? Not on third down. So, you gotta. That's why I said you got a supreme run defender on first and second down.
The pick is in. The Ravens select Malachi Starks.
Yep.
Shit.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, not the best, not the best,
that's
but
nasty, bro.
No, Jahad Campbell.
Malachi Starks next to Kyle Hamilton. So you have the best safety in the entire draft, and you put him next to an all-pro safety.
Let me tell you, I was high on Malachi Starks. I was high on Malachi Starks, and everybody gave me crap for it. Huh?
I thought the Bengals, honestly, that was my pick earlier today. I thought the Bengals were going to select Starks.
From the get-go, we were like, that's a Ravens type play.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, again,
as predictable as the Browns are, the Ravens are.
Eagles are going to select Mike Green next. Watch.
I am just not. I'm not as concerned about Malachi Starks as I am Jahad Campbell.
Will you have one quote from Zach put up here? Zach Taylor said, "We anticipate getting a lot of production. I have great faith in our coaches. There was a lot of near production there," in referring to Stewart. So again, this is a big bet on Jerry Montgomery and Al Golden to be able to take that near production to actual production. And I don't know who he had on the other side, but when you have Trey Hendrickson on the other side rushing, maybe that's going to help get him those cleanup sacks. He's going to get the stuff that Trey doesn't get just because the quarterback's running into his arms.
I'm telling y'all right now, I understand what Miles Murphy is for our defense. A lot of our fans don't. Miles Murphy is a souped-up version of Sam Hubbard, an athletic version of Sam Hubbard that can defend the run, and you hope you get 6 to 8 sacks from every season, right? Michael Johnson mode, right? But the value of stopping the run from the edge defender, everybody can't be NASCAR. I just think that they just added another one of those in Shamar Stewart that's super athletic. So now the Bengals have one of the most athletic edges, like combos in the league. That doesn't mean that you're generating pressures, but for their scheme on first and second down, I do think it will be tough to run on us. I really do.
Well, I mean, again, you're playing, you're trying to find guys that can run down Lamar Jackson. And again, I know we got to finish plays. I mean, this Stewart guy's got to finish plays, but the guy runs a 4.5. He's 6'5", 270. Listen, if you want a guy that can run down, if you want a guy that can run down Lamar Jackson, again, he's got to finish plays, but I think to me that is another part of this pick is find a guy that can run down a guy like Lamar Jackson. That's Stewart. Now, if he finishes the play or not, that's yet to be seen. But
I think the thing that I think a lot of our fan base needs to understand too, and this is why I think I was so heavy on Jahad Campbell, and you could tell me what you think, because Jake, I know you're pretty critical on Lamar, right? Like you don't really.
I'm pretty critical of him in the pocket. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the realization though that he absolutely went berserk on us in 2024. The realization of he is 10-2 versus the Bengals. They got to do something about it.
Well, and I think too, like you were saying, is it's not just it's plays like last year where, you know, again, it's third down, the Bengals have him stopped, and he somehow extends the play and makes a play downfield because we did not have anyone with any speed on that defensive line. No one. There was nobody, even in our front seven, that could run and even get into his face. So, yes, I agree with you. I think that's a big part of it is him extending plays and you know, the Bengals didn't have anyone that could run with him.
So let me add some context. There's a good X post out there from not Zach Taylor, and retweeting another guy out there. Shamar Stewart had the #1 relative athletic score from a defensive end from 1987 to 2025. For context, he had the same broad jump that Alvin Kamara had, who was 5'10", 214 pounds. He had the same 40-inch, had a 40-inch vertical, which was the same as Derrick Rose from anybody that follows basketball. And he ran a 4.62, which is the same speed that Cooper Kupp ran at the combine. So just a freak athlete. So
no, I mean, again, this is honestly, this should be like this should have been Mon's draft crush, this guy, because I'm telling you guys,
well,
the ability to be that big at 270 pounds and be able to broad jump 11 feet is insane. That is insane. To be able to run a 4.5 at 270 is insane. To be able to have a 40-inch vertical is insane.
There is somebody that I'm sure is going to be like, man, you guys are coping. But the one thing that I can say, even though I don't want this pick, so this is not cope. This is not, but I can't deny this. What Eric was just saying about the RAS score, he is the #1 y'all understand this too. Out of, I don't even know how many players this is, but since they started the whole RAS score, he's the #1 defensive end athletically. Like, does that translate to football? We're going to find out. But he is the most athletically gifted player from a RAS score, combine ratings, and all things considered, all in the green out of every defensive end since 1987.
Yeah. I mean,
they showed this graphic next to Myles Garrett.
Yeah. And a lot of mocks, no mock really had him there for us. So I don't know that most of us even really considered it. I know Aitzen talked about on their short.
You didn't feel that today, Eric?
Yeah.
You didn't feel that today? I felt like the Shamar grew this morning, and you didn't feel that?
Yeah, it came out of nowhere. I mean, you guys were talking about on your last show that you were worried about him dropping there, but until the last day or two, he wasn't an option for any mock for the Bengals. So I guess kudos to everybody to keeping their boards tight to the vest, because the NFL world didn't see him being there.
Well, let's say this too. Let's say this too in all fairness. Again, are we coping? Yes, maybe we're coping. I don't know. I wanted a defensive player. I got a defensive player. I am happy with that. I like him better than Mike Green. I like him better than Pearce. I'm happy with that. But let me say this. There's a lot of guys that had serious production that we drafted that were absolute trash when they got to the NFL. So, again, I'm a big production guy. I'm a huge production guy.
Whoa.
But
sorry, the Lions just drafted Tyleik Williams with the 28th pick.
Defensive tackle from Ohio State. I'm a big production guy, but again, it goes both ways, guys. There's a lot of guys that had serious production in college, and it did not translate to the NFL. So You know, the guy is a freak of nature. Hopefully this new defensive staff can coach him up. They obviously believe they can. If they can, if you turn this guy into a guy that learns how to finish plays, it's a home run pick if he finishes plays.
I just don't want this team to be what ifs anymore. I don't want us to miss any more playoff games. We all knew this team had a lot of holes going into this draft. And we needed impact players. We need players that are going to come in and produce right away. Hopefully he does. I have my doubts. I'll gladly eat crow over it. But I was expecting a college player with a great resume, production resume, and I just don't see that with him. I've been reading while you guys are talking. He's been close. I know that's can be looked at positively.
So let me jump
on to day 2 and day 3.
Well, let me jump in there and just ask you the question, because this is our first round pick, and they're talking about him being a run defender, an edge setter. Is he coming in to be the Sam Hubbard replacement day one? Does this put Osai and Murphy?
To me,
is it Miles Murphy though?
Miles Murphy is an elite run defender coming out of college. He was a 93 PFF run defense grade, one of the highest run defenders in PFF history. And he was the number one, coming out. And I think Shamar Stewart, that's what he's known for as well. So that's the part that it doesn't make any sense to me unless you're gonna kick one of them guys inside on third down, which I wouldn't be opposed to in your NASCAR package. But I think it makes Trey Hendrickson just a straight up specialist. You no longer have to you can't target him on first and second down in the run game. Like that's the real talk. Like when our fans were talking about trading Trey Hendrickson, the ones that were trying to rationalize it the most, they kept on saying, he's a liability in the run, which I don't really agree with. I just think he's average in the run. But now on first down, you don't have to even worry about that. I think you're playing a better run defender on first down. And I think that's on both sides. I think everybody's looking at it like this is the part that I think a lot of people miss too, is like we're looking for impact, splashes, sacks, pressures, all of the above. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
he's not that. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm reading some of the comments too, because I do appreciate you guys hanging with us. I think you have to understand there's two different ways to kind of skin a cat. And I think for what the Bengals need is more pressure and sacks. And I think 99% of NFL fans, that's what you're looking for. But there is something to be said about the stuff that nobody really wants to do and us getting cooked in the run game on first and second down too. And this guy automatically is a better run defender than Trey Hendrickson. I don't know what he'll ever be in the NFL as far as rushing the passer, but I do know he can set an edge and he's athletically gifted while doing it. So I don't know. I see it. I don't like it in the first round at all, but I don't know.
Yeah, everybody. It is funny because we were talking about this. Did you see the reporter at the draft? I don't know which one you guys are watching, but on ESPN,
we're watching Cincinnati, bro. We don't have any. We haven't hearing anything. We're just tuned into our bros
ESPN,
on Cincinnati.
On ESPN, I don't know what her name is, but we watched it live. It was funny. She said she asked Stewart. She said, you have just made the lives of Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow harder in the AFC North.
Oh yeah.
And Stewart kind of looked at her like, "Wait a minute, isn't Joe Burrow my quarterback, you moron?"
The Commanders pick is in. The 29th pick, they select Josh Connerly.
All right, so they're getting Jaden Daniels. His line is actually really good. You know what the Commanders have done for Jaden Daniels early in his career. It does kind of piss me off because the Bengals should have did a lot of that like early on. Like if you go look at their line, like Cosme Go look at their left tackle. Remember that Trey Hendrickson Coleman, that rookie that they played against him when we were all thinking that Trey Hendrickson was about to go kill them? Like, they got a pretty damn good line for him immediately. They already had Scary Terry, but then they traded for, now they got Debo. You know what I mean? I feel like they got the weapons, not on the level of Jamar Chase and T, but they have their offensive line. They've done a much better job than the Bengals ever did for protecting their quarterback. And man, I think that the Commanders are going to be a problem.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
We don't have to face them until February.
Right.
Still got to get through them.
I'm a little disappointed that Ace never even came back at all. He was just like, I'm done with it.
Maybe he's still gonna. He
out.
said, "I'm Shamout. I'm out." So we got 3 picks left in the. Maybe we lost Mon and Jake too. They might have said the same thing. We've got 3 picks left till we get to the second round. Where do you think that can the Bengals still go best player available, or do they have to go best interior offensive lineman? Which I think they do.
I think it's got to be an offensive line. I would love for them to go get another pick. I would.
Yeah.
I think that they should trade back in a second and get an additional 4th round pick. I just think that would be perfect for them. If they could do that, they're in good shape, bro. They really are.
Yeah, because that's when you can plug in that running back or linebacker or somebody that those things that we've talked about often that they need, but they don't want to take overdraft earlier. Mon, I know we lost you there for a second, but we're talking about the second round pick. We're both of the opinion that it's got to be O-line, but Zim is hoping that maybe they trade back and grab another 4th round pick. What do you think they're going to do when we get there?
Well, in the mock draft we did the other night, I did that. I traded back 8 spots and got another 4th round pick. I hope he's right. Zim, I hope you're right. We need that. We need another player. That 4th round pick could be another guard. We need to double up at that spot. Guys, I think it does have to be offensive line, but I hate being in that position to be pigeonholed where it has to be. Somebody's going to drop there. You're going to go, holy cow. A hell of a player, and we might have to go for a lesser player because we have a massive need. I don't know, man.
How far could Campbell fall? He's falling.
He is falling.
Could there be a point where we need to trade up and get him?
How can you say no to him?
I think if he goes to day 2, I think we need to have a serious conversation. See, the Bengals they're not going to, for a linebacker, they just don't see it like we do.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah. You know what? I know he's listed as a linebacker. To me, he's a Swiss Army knife, I watched was it Joe
Mills took Will Johnson? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ma.
No, they're saying that he could be he could be our second or third best pass rusher. Campbell could. I don't know. I'll give you a hot take right now for the Cincinnati Bengals to fly in the tackle from West Virginia a week before the draft and give him a private workout. Wyatt Millam is going to be a Bengal 2nd or 3rd round.
Okay.
Hey, listen, I love Wyatt Millam. I'm thinking that our 2nd round pick is going to be Jonas Savaiinaea from Arizona.
Yeah.
I like him. It's a pass heavy system. I think he's used to it. I know a lot of people fell in love with Tate Ratledge. I think that's a pro style offense as well. I just don't think that he is as good dropping back 40 plus times with Joe Burrow. I think Jonas Savaiinaea is so built for a Joe Burrow offense. That would be my pick.
Zim, in my mock the other night, the final mock, I picked Jonah. He's 21 years old. Tate's 24. Listen, Tate Ratledge has been in the shop a lot. He's been hurt. He's been nicked up, and he's 24. I know, but when it comes to draft prospects, people frown on that. I would much rather, if it was between them two, I would take Jonah from Arizona in a second.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I don't know.
There's a bunch of guys that I like. I do want to just say a couple guys do, and this is the reason why I'm all about trading back. because I just feel like I'm probably missing one. Chat, you guys tell me who am I missing? But I like Dylan Fairchild. I like Wyatt Millum. I like the center guard. I think he's going to be a good guard in the NFL. Right next to him, I was actually watching Ratledge, and I got
Wilson.
Jared Wilson, Jonas Savaniah, Charles Grant, tackle convert that I like as well. Miles Frazier, who I think we can get later from LSU, and then the Cincinnati kid Luke Kandra. You also got guys like Joshua Gray, Emory Jones too later on that I wouldn't mind taking too. So to me, it doesn't have to be Jonah or whatever. Give me a couple cracks at it. Give me those two guys. We come out of the draft. I'm still coming back and circling and asking Sheriff. I'm pretty sure Sheriff, Will Hernandez, and Risner are all probably telling teams, I'm not signing up to be a backup. I'm pretty sure that's what they're telling teams.
If we trade back at 49, pick up another 4th round pick, that could be Fairchild. That could be Grant. It could be one of those guys. We could double up at guard. And, like a Millum or Soavia, whatever his name is, from one of those guys in the 2nd and 3rd, they're going to be our starting guard this year. Who was that? There's a lot of good players out there. There's a lot of good players left. And somebody's coming out in a wheelchair. I don't know who it is. And I was like, what's going on here? Oh, you know who that is? Is that no, I don't know.
Make-A-Wish kid.
No, it's somebody in a wheelchair. I don't know. I guess he was a player's kid or something like that. I don't know. But the Bills are up right now. Yeah.
Yeah, no one spoiled the Bills pick either.
I bet you the Bills take Will Johnson.
Hey, I got
I was talking to a Bills guy the other day, and somebody mocked Mike Green, and he was like, hell no. I was like, bro, that's like one of the best pass rushers. He was like, our cornerbacks are so terrible. And remember,
this pick is coming in, but the Eagles traded up one spot.
Whoa.
Who could you think they're trading up for?
Oh, they flip spots with the Chiefs?
Which is weird. Why would you trade with the team that just beat you?
Bills do it with the Chiefs every damn year.
The Bills took Maxwell Hairston.
He's good. He's good.
But
over Will Johnson. Wow.
Well,
he is good.
Johnson has a knee issue. Mm-hmm.
No, Maxwell.
Hopefully he doesn't fall to us because Mom will run up and get him.
It's crazy. I was talking to. It's not the labrum. It's got to be the knee.
The Eagles gave up 164 to move up one spot.
We were talking with Goodberry, and he said, yeah, Jahad Campbell's like 2nd on my whole board. But he said, a little birdie told me that he might not be in the 1st round. And I said, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. So shout out to him.
I guess shout out Joe Goodberry for getting one right this year.
Draft guy Jared, or was it Sands? One of the two said that the Bengals are going to pick Stewart. I just remember he said that on our show.
I'll have to go back. Yeah, I think
Jared said that.
I think it was Jared because we weren't happy about it. Another super chat for Fuzzy Balls. What if Carson Schlesinger falls to 49?
I'm taking him.
Even if you don't have an offensive lineman yet?
Zem, would you take Emanwari at 49?
Hell yeah, I would. Hell yeah.
You guys think
I would too. That would cancel.
I would play him the same damn way I was about to play Jahad. I would play him at a Viper linebacker role.
You think this is Emanwari or Jahad Campbell for the Eagles?
You're putting yourself in the same position though. You're going again and relying on 4th and 5th round offensive linemen to protect $1 Million Joe. You got to get a 2nd round offensive lineman.
Man, I don't want Trey Hendrickson to go anywhere, but if stuff is going to get really what? We traded with the Chiefs. What?
No, we didn't trade with the Chiefs.
That's what Divine just said.
Huh?
You put laugh out loud.
Oh, okay. I was like,
come on, don't get punked on Divine.
Don't do that, bro.
Listen, let's. I got it. Here's a question. We're sitting here at at 32, 33 coming up. Well, 31, 32. Trey Hendrickson's still a Bengal. Trey Hendrickson's still a Bengal for the rest of the year. We're not trading him for number 33 or 34, are we?
No, Trey Henderson's a Bengal.
He's gonna
Sam,
be
you taking 30, 33, 34 for him?
No, absolutely not. No.
I'm going to Zim. I got you, Jake.
Ask the question again.
Are you taking 33, 34, 35 for Trey Hendrickson if it's straight up?
I would.
Yeah, if I was privy to behind the scenes and me knowing the Bengals not giving a damn about what anybody thinks, if Trey is
The Eagles took Campbell.
I knew it. I just said it.
Good night, everybody. I'll see you guys later. Y'all have a good one. No freak.
Zim, I just said it. I just saw he's gone.
Hey, I'm exhausted.
How
I
did
go to bed?
Well, we've been here. We got one more pick. You ain't going to bed yet. You're not that.
Hey, I'm telling you, I knew that Jihad Campbell. I knew he's going to the Eagles. That's an Eagles pick. That's why their defense is as good as they are, because they do it right. They do it right.
Yeah, I mean
Jihad
that's.
Campbell to the Eagles. Man, oh man.
I mean it could be worse. He could have went to the Ravens. He could have went to the Steelers. He could have went to the Chiefs. Instead, he goes to the Eagles. Wish the Bengals would have had some foresight to grab him.
Yeah.
But Austin, Mon brought this up before, but Austin pointed out, this it was Jake crashing out last year, and we were all still okay with taking Mims, but Jake wasn't, and it turned out really good. This could be a world where Shamar Stewart turns out to be one of the better edges that we've had since
Eric, I just
since
want
signing
to
Trey.
let me just say this. Everybody at Cincinnati wants Shamar Stewart to be the best player possible. They want him to succeed. Nobody's rooting against him. Yes, we're a little unhappy about the pick. We're worried about some of the issues in college, but I'm rooting for him. I want somebody to come back and say, Mon, you said this draft night. How do you feel now? Hey, I was wrong. I want him to be an all-pro. I want him to be in the Bengal Ring of Honor. I want him to be a Hall of Famer. I want him to be a difference maker. I want him to hold the Lombardi Trophy. Everybody here wants that. All right, guys, we're fans, and we have our concerns. Last year, this man had his concerns, and guess what? Mims worked out, like you just said, Eric. We're all rooting for him. You're rooting for him. We all are.
Yeah, for sure. It's nothing we can do at this point, but be the number one fans of his going forward. It's just a little disappointing because we sometimes it feels like we do more scouting than some of the Bengals do, because some of these players we fall in love with and we think that they're going to be great prospects. And there's been a lot in the history of drafts looking back, a lot of shoulda wouldas, a lot of guys that we wanted that they didn't take and they turned out to be really good players. And then we've got the Jackson Carmens of the world. We got the Jake Fisher and the Cedric Aboyes of the world, and all the misses where there were picks staring him in the face, and instead they tried to be the smartest people in the world in the room. And yeah, we're hoping that the tides have changed, and we're still waiting on the tides to be changed on Miles Murphy. The Bengals really were stoked that he was one of the best guys there and a great pick. Actually, that was the draft. We were over at your house. Justin was really sold on Miles Murphy. He was probably one of the better guys there, but for whatever reason, Lou didn't really lean into him, didn't put him out there much, and we still don't know what we have. So I think with Al Golden, we'll know a lot faster with Stewart, but it's frustrating.
Well, I will say this. No matter who goes here to the Chiefs, there are going to be a lot of good players tomorrow when the Bengals pick. So we'll see. We'll see what happens in the second round. But there are definitely going to be a lot of good players out there. We got guys that are falling. Again,
Yeah.
I don't know who the Chiefs are picking, but there are going to be
Oh.
some good football players there when the Bengals pick.
Let's talk about some of those. Will Johnson's top-ranked player on the board still. Mike Green's still there. Nick Imanwari's still there. Donovan Ezrake is still there. How do I get to the second page of this?
I would like to see. Imawari. I would like to see Watts. Mike Green.
Josh Simmons.
They're not going to select 2 edge rushers back to back. They're not going to do that. But I would like to see. I would like to see if one of those 2 safeties are there. I would like to see one of those 2 guys in a Bengals uniform. If not, I think a best player available when it comes to the offensive line, interior offensive line, I think that's where the Bengals have to look at.
Yeah. I'm all for a trade back, but our next pick has to be an offensive lineman. Just has to be.
I'll say this, Eric. I agree with you. It has to be. But at 49, if Nick Imanwari is there, I don't see how the Bengals can pass up on him. They'll get their offensive lineman in the 3rd and 4th round. But Imanwari is there at 49. I think the team has to take him. That's just my opinion.
How many years have we argued about the offensive line? And Mon Abuhassan has said, I'm so sick and tired of the Bengals drafting a 4th round offensive lineman and thinking he could be a starter for the next 4 years. Go get me interior guys.
I agree.
Ace, welcome back.
I'm letting you know something right now. Imanwari and Stewart, I get the production part with them, takes the Bengals defense athleticism to another level. Imanwari would be a stud at 49. That would be one hell of a get. But I hear what you're saying about the offensive line. You're not wrong.
We lost.
Available?
We lost Zim.
Eagles drafted Jihad Campbell, and Zim said he was out.
He didn't even say goodbye. He just clicked off.
Yeah, so we were just talking about where the Bengals go in the 2nd round. There's going to be a lot of players that are falling. I say we have to get an offensive line. I'm okay with trading back a little bit, but it's got to be an O-line. What are your thoughts?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Is it louder or is it still
good?
Okay?
It's good.
Perfect.
I think now, man, you have to kind of shift to trying to take the best player available in the 2nd round, unless it's another edge rusher. I don't think that you should do that. But talking to some people outside of Cincinnati that were trying to talk me off of a ledge, if you were to get something like Will Johnson in the 2nd round, you probably feel a lot better about it now. He does have the knee issue. So it came out during the draft that people are worried about Will Johnson's long-term issue with his knee. So generally when you see that, you kind of see those guys fall to the 2nd round. I tend to think about guys like Miles Jack, guys that have those medical red flags. They tend to go in the 2nd round. In the 2nd round, for me, I'm taking the chance on some of these guys. Will Johnson, you can't go Mike Green now, but anybody that probably should have went in the 1st round or had potential to do that are there, I think you think about it. I think the 2nd round is a time where you actually trade back and try to concentrate on that offensive line. So if you can get a Tate Ratledge, I think that you try to do it. If you can get a TJ Sanders, I think you try to do it. Corner, the only other corner I'm probably looking at after Will Johnson is probably Ravel Jr. out of East Carolina. I don't know if he'd be there or not. And then, because who knows, there may be a run. There's always a run on day 2. They always like to make a run on day 2. You got Xavier Watt still there. You talked about Imanwari. I think Imanwari would be a top pick for them to consider, especially at 49. And then you have to wonder, the running back position hasn't been targeted yet. Is that going to pick up tomorrow? We kind of need some of those running backs to go now in order to have some better options, I think, at defensive tackle available by the time that we pick. But I see the Bengals, like I said, trading back, stacking some picks up, adding to that, and seeing what they can do from there. But I don't know, man. The Shamar Stewart situation is a really big risk for a team that I don't know if you can risk it right now. And now, second round pick has to be instant impact, man. And I mean, they're talking about Shamar's going to be a starter with Trey Hendrickson. So what is Miles Murphy now? And that's another reason why I don't like this pick. I want starters. I want guys that are going to immediately contribute. We said that coming on to the show. Hopefully we get some of that tomorrow. Hopefully we get a second and third round pick that will be playing meaningful snaps. I don't know if they got to look at Darius Alexander, but whoever it is needs to be able to play meaningful snaps, and it needs to be somebody that is going to be an instant impact player. Jonah, that Zim kind of talked about out of Arizona, wouldn't mind him either. But they got to get somebody, man. And maybe they add another pick and do that tomorrow.
So we got KC took an offensive lineman, Josh Simmons, with the 32nd pick. So that's one more offensive lineman off the board for us. I hate
That's why Pat Mahomes tweeted the sunglasses thing. You're picking a tackle every year ever since you guys let Orlando Brown go to Cincinnati.
Yeah, that pick doesn't really bother me too much. I don't know if you just saw Adam Schefter was talking about that there's been injury concerns about Jihad Campbell from multiple teams, knee and shoulder. So I think that probably answers why he fell to the end of the first round. There you go.
Yeah, and Harry Roseman was like, "All right, I'll take that. I'll take that at 32."
Yeah, they're the
Especially-
champs. They have the ability to take a flyer. So
This stuff happens all the time. This stuff happens all the time. They did the same thing with Keenan Allen when he was coming out in the draft. Oh, he's medical red flag, and Keenan Allen's still playing now. He's still playing now in the NFL. They did the same thing with Trey Smith. Remember Trey Smith fell?
yeah.
He's got a heart problem and this and that. Now he's the number one paid right guard in the NFL. Like,
hey, Shador Sanders to the Browns, the first pick tomorrow, will make my draft. I'm telling you right now, if the Browns take Shador Sanders with that first pick tomorrow, I will be ecstatic.
Yeah.
I'm not too upset about Josh Simmons, but I got to get out of here.
I can't focus on the Browns. It'll make my draft if we get a lineman or two tomorrow, and do not wait till the fourth round.
What's the plan tomorrow?
Hey,
we doing this again?
so I mean, we'll get together offline, but we're definitely going live around the Bengals pick as long as you guys are in. Everybody that wants to join can join, but I think we need to go live around the Bengals picks. Probably take a couple shows. If they pick up a third pick, then we won't be live for all 5-6 hours, but 15 minutes before, 15 minutes after, I think is a good game plan.
Yes, sir.
We'll
Make sure
make it work.
Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We'll be there. Yeah, I know I don't sugarcoat nothing, man.
Yeah, Ace it's kind of how we all feel. All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been 4 hours. This is a little bit shorter than the normal Bengals Pulse episode, but thanks for sticking with us. Hoo day, everybody, and we will see you in round 2.
See you guys.
Good day.